start there with first, somebody says confession and restitution. Confession is, look, yeah, I said, this is unbelievable, okay? What do? I will set up this very reputable waste committee. Kuka, Professor Bola Jakiyemi, all kinds of respected guys were there. Let them go and help us never to get here again. I think we should start with that. 2, because if he does that, it regenerates a sense that this guy understands what we are worried about. We're worried about a country where elections become shambolic and there'll be no contestation. Forget the presidency. How about local government chairman? How about House of Assembly? How about the governor? Some governors have done woeful and ought to be kicked in. Then the leverage on electoral brigandage. And I just want to hear about that. They also want to hear, clearly that, look, we're divided people, more so under the last 8 years, and needlessly too. My job is not just to govern effectively, technically, but to bring everyone together and create the right optics. You see, if you look at literature about state stability, it's not just about quality of goods and services. It's about people having a sense of inclusion. And the world is getting more plural, even otherwise thought unified countries, the US, for example. Big issue there now is, how do you make African Americans, whites, who are probably going to be the minority in the next 10 years or 20 years, feel that this country belongs to them? So the question around inclusion, the question around good faith inclusion, and nurturing the grieving part of your body. It's like the body system. If your foot is bad, like or the president's teeth, okay, you have to spend more time in London. So you have to look at those people who have been complaining all this and address their case significantly. So I think Tíñubu can use communication to recreate that sense of shared vision for Nigeria. And those people who have been, especially those who didn't vote for you. Now, that's the irony about it. When Abraham Lincoln won, and Obama tried to copy that, he brought what called a team of rivals. Now, these are guys who ran the presidency against him, some of them, like the Treasury guy, the Secretary of State. He brought them together and transformed the moment in American history, post the fight over slavery that was divisive. And that's why today he's seen as the best American president. So you need some humility and gamemanship to say, you know what, even those who didn't vote for me, they're the most important group I should target. And so I think we should deflate the triumphalism. People are saying on social media, oh, we told them, where are those criminals? Even those who are with Bola Tíñubu and left, like Najatu, they become objects of attack. You're not doing good for the government. So I want to see a speech where Tíñubu says, look, I am a great guy. I've done this before. I won this battle. Now, I need all of you. And the biggest, he has done everything. His greatest legacy as a president would be that he leaves a country where people put him in their heart. 8 years is not too far. 4 years or 8 years. President is leaving home now with many Nigerians doing, instead of thump up, maybe doing shege. You have to put the end from the beginning. That really, it's not about a war. After 2-3 years, the victory wears out, and what remains now is people feeling grateful.
Anyway, I think that's a fine place to leave it. But I don't think Nigerians are doing shege.
And there are those who are saying,
perhaps
some Nigerians are doing
great leader.
No, that's not for us, because we can't say that now. Because so Dr. Samabadi would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Are you watching an Inauguration Day special on Arise News? There's more to come. Stay with us.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead.
On this station severally. It's one of the best elections I have seen, especially in my state, Delta State. I'm telling you, a lot of things happened in Delta State. The results we were expecting didn't go so. The people were allowed to vote. let me tell you, these beavers, I have said so, if I have the opportunity, it is something that must be perfected. If you perfect these beavers, it will stop electoral corruption.
Okay, I try.
Wait, 1 minute. I will tell you.
I really,
in Delta State,
Dr. Cairo, I
Yes.
know, I understand the point. And
Very
the point for many Nigerians now is that some of the issues are already in court.
Yes.
Let's not really. It's a beautiful day, as you said. You said congratulations to us.
Of
So it's a moment that we should relish.
Exactly.
And not just you.
Yes.
Professor Adeni, Dr. Sam Amadi, they all said the same thing, that the man who is about to be sworn in as president is a fine gentleman who is very good at head hunting.
Planning.
And we also heard that from President Babangida, former President Babangida.
Yes,
now speak to us, because for those who may not know why the elder statesman and even yourself have said that this man is a tactician and a man who is very good politically speaking, what are those things that we may want to know about President-elect Tíñubu?
Yesterday, I was reading a newspaper, and in that newspaper, there was a picture of Tíñubu, Abiola, and the late Abacha. Tíñubu was standing behind Abacha, and he was Abiola and Abacha were working together. That was tutelage. He was learning. He learned, and he learned very well. So the things he learned during that period, he knew how to balance the military, the politicians, and the business community. If you look at it, that is what went for him in this election. He was able to balance everybody. He was able to take care of those who opposed him. He was able to nurture those who supported him. He was able to give attention to those who were so to say don't look. He brought everybody up. And then the greatest tactics of all was to make sure that where he saw danger, he was able to intervene to make sure that the danger he saw in those particular areas did not become cancerous. What do I mean? He was able to manage those in Labour Party. He was able to manage those in PDP. He was able to manage those in APC.
Are we still talking about incoming President Bola Tíñubu? I mean, when you say he managed the people in
for the election, Party, and yes, you asked me the question.
When you say
what makes him a great planner? What makes him a great planner? And that is what I'm doing. What he did.
So he went beyond his own party, the APC,
to be able to manage the system. So that
in what way really did he manage the system within the Labour Party and of course the PDP?
Of course, in managing them, he was able to make sure that the attack from the members of this party was not they will not overwhelm him, and that is the genius in him. And let me tell you, when yesterday Buhari said that the best candidate won, there is something in that statement. This man will be able to put together a team that can rescue Nigeria, and that is what is important. The biggest problem we have in Nigeria today is poverty. And the president-elect knows that he should be able, that knows what to do, and that the big plan will be how to put money in the pockets of people. And for him to do that, he must fight corruption. And to fight corruption, there is a then there will be money to use to make the people work. And then that you can now pay for education for our students. You see, today the system you have it is federal government education is free, this is free. That's why I work when you come out, there is a job for you. And then as you continue to work, they begin to pay. And then the bulk money one day and go and build a house. Or you want to buy a car, you take 10 million, 20 million and go and buy a car. You should be able to structure it in such a way government and everybody will partner. And that is what the government is going to run. And people will be happy.
A credit economy. We'll still come to all of that.
Thank you.
On the issue of corruption, let's even take that and how you think or believe incoming President Bola Tinubu should tackle corruption. I recall years ago, former President Goodluck Jonathan actually said, look, you don't fight corruption by firefighting. Why don't you plug the loopholes
Exactly.
that allow for corruption to thrive? And you just mentioned, one
Prevention
of those, prevention better than cure.
Yeah.
Speak to that and what your agenda would be for Tinubu to unify the country. We heard from Uhuru Kenyatta, former president of Kenya, actually say, look, President Tinubu has a lot on his table as far as
in the arrival of the Deputy President of the Senate, Ovie Omoagige, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, also arrived while the military ceremonies went on. Well, there you see the Deputy Senate President and the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress exchanging pleasantries there.
With the National Chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. And of course, right sitting beside him there is the Babangana Kingibe. Yeah.
Indeed, we've also seen the arrival of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Oluka Diariwola, a very, very important aspect or part of this ceremony. He's going to be administering the oath of office, which will be taken much later today. We've also seen the arrival of the Chief of Defense Staff, is also called the Chief of Chiefs, General Leo Irabo. I'm sure he'll be here in the company of the other chiefs, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Chief of Defense Staff, and of course the Inspector General of Police. I imagine the court order, which we heard, has it been cleared?
Look, I mean, the man has been doing his duties. The IG was here yesterday to inspect the grounds, and I guess that is playing that duty despite, I mean, I'm not sure the position of the court on that matter, but I understand that there was a court order. But we've seen the Inspector General of Police, like Mahwe mentioned. We've also seen the Chief of Defense Staff, which another title I've heard today. We'll keep learning. Chief of Chiefs, you call him.
Yeah.
Also.
And all of them being warmly welcomed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa. He's certainly the one in charge of all of the arrangements we've seen being put together. Everything in terms of the arrangements being witnessed here in Eagle Square has been coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation.
Also, as I cited earlier, the South African President, Cyril Ramaphosa, who was also received by the SGF. And of course, in line with the arrangement and the order of events here, we have seen up to the arrival of the Vice President-elect. What we've not seen is the arrival of the President-elect, which in that order, arrival of the Chief Justice, arrival of the Speaker, arrival of former heads of state. I've seen former President Goodluck Jonathan arrive at the grounds today. Arrival of visiting president and delegation. We're seeing members of the diplomatic corps and some leaders across the globe. They also have arrived. Arrival of the visiting president and delegations, of course. Arrival of the Vice President-elect. We've seen Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima.
Yes.
But I'm not sure that the president has arrived yet.
And Shewa, in these matters, protocol is extremely important.
Absolutely.
The order of arrival is deliberately done to show the importance of each person, yes, and hierarchy in matter of things. So, so far so good. All of the arrivals which we've seen are in order. And we certainly will...
the Senate President,
Indeed.
Ahmed Lawan.
The third in command and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila is with him, so they're arriving in company of each other.
The chairman and the vice chairman of the National Assembly.
Indeed. So they're going to receive their salute.
Yeah. So that means very soon.
That's them standing on the podium.
Yes,
They're
indeed.
going to be saluted by the military.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is a significant event, and a lot of people might be asking question the presence and the parade or the showing of Nigerian military all over the world, and this is a significant showing to show the strength, to show the organization of both the institutions of government, from military to political institutions in the country. And so you can see the synergy and how these entities are interwoven. So you can see the two heads of the different arms of the National Assembly, the green and the red chambers, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila.
So very soon we just might witness the arrival of the president and the president-elect, because I mean, I haven't seen.
Well, indeed, the vice president will come in before the president,
that, yes.
and indeed, the president-elect is expected to have been seated before the president shows up. He is the last person who shows up, and then the event.
As soon as he arrives,
the event starts.
The event starts. The arrival of President Muhammadu Buhari signals that this event can commence. He is the chair of this event until the moment when the president-elect gets to the podium, takes his oath of office. In fact, we understand by protocol that the sitting president then has to leave immediately, because the chair in which, just look at it, significant about the chair in which President Buhari will be sitting will have the coat of arms on it, and as soon as Bola Tinubu, the president-elect, gets sworn in, that chair cannot be occupied again by President Buhari. It will be occupied by Bola Tinubu, and then President Buhari will have to leave the arena. That is how the protocol has been maintained over the years.
And that is, of course, what we expect to play out here today when that happens. So that will also be bringing you all of those. So when he does arrive, we will have a national anthem. Then the event kicks off with the opening prayers, swearing of the vice president. The president-elect himself will also be sworn in by the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So all of those events will happen. You see the formal handing over of flags.
Chamberlain, that the vice president was a commissioner.
Looks like we're witnessing the arrival of the president-elect. Yes, indeed, the man of the moment is in the square, and you could hear the cheers from the crowd when he got in. The security men seem to be having quite a bit of challenge ushering him in there. You can see them fighting somewhat to ensure that he has a smooth passage into that particular arena. Quite a bit of a scenario there, usually quite tough among the security
This
agencies.
kind of scenario, Mark, where we're seeing a few times that this has happened. We see uniformed men and men who are also security agents who are not
So there you
uniform.
go.
So there you go,
President-elect and his wife.
Absolutely.
Senator Oluremi Tinubu arriving together.
And again, the SGF also playing his role there, welcoming all of
this
as the
event.
chief host.
Like, he's a man who is midwifing the transition. His office actually midwives transition process in the country. And I was going to mention to you, as soon as the president-elect arrives, the next person to arrive is a vice president, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. And when we were talking about the man Bola Tinubu, we know that Professor Yemi Osinbajo served as the Attorney General under his government at the time. And so it's interesting, the twist of fate. I mean, how life, things happen, the turns and twists of life, where you have a city vice president who was a former commissioner under the president-elect. So now, you see, things are just churning, and this is how life is, isn't it?
That's what happens to those kind of offices. So the offices just naturally, they just take shape when whoever occupies all of those. So yes, as you highlighted, when after the vice president arrives, the president will arrive himself, and there you then have all the other activities kick on after the president does arrive. So all of those formal handing over of flags by the outgoing president, lowering, hoisting of national and defense flags for the armed forces, inspection of parade by the president and the commander-in-chief, the march past in slow and quick time will also happen.
In fact, Chamberlain, based on the order of events, we are 2 minutes ahead of time. The president-elect is slated to arrive at 9:50 a.m. He had arrived earlier than scheduled. So this event, with what we're looking at, might just start very much on cue, right on time.
Well, that's the hope, Sharon. The hope also is that the president-elect will maintain that particular culture even as he becomes president. President Buhari, for all the criticisms that people will have for him, one thing you could not fault him for was being late to events. He was a stickler for time, and I think that designation, African time or Nigerian time, took on a new designation. Indeed, the arrival of the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, into the state box has also been witnessed right there on television. So we see the arrival of more heads of governments arrive in Nigeria for this auspicious occasion, the inauguration of the 16th president of Nigeria.
Well, you see Goodluck Jonathan, former president, also reaching out and welcoming some of the dignitaries. I remember he played an international role under this government, peacekeeping role in West Africa, in Africa generally. So he's met a lot of them several times. Even while he was president, Paul Kagame was still there. So that
there will be a lot of banter to be exchanged. I mean, plenty of backpatting and meeting up, catching up perhaps to do before the arrival of the president. We also see
Senator Godswill Akpabio as well there.
Well, there'll be big questions to ask as to whether or not he's going to make it. Will he be Senate president of the 10th Assembly? It's still unclear, yes. But hey, he's arrived and he's headed straight to the state box.
I'm assuming, and from what I'm saying, the vice president might be arriving any moment from now. Some of the persons that I know that have walked around his office, I've seen quite a few of them right on the grounds right there on your screen. We might be seeing the arrival of the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo.
Yeah, so if he does arrive now, he'll be, what, 5 minutes earlier? Than scheduled. But that was quite
interesting, actually. I mean, look, there are a lot of activities and events that have happened on the continent of Africa. And some of the heads of government that have arrived today will definitely have a lot of things that they will remember themselves of, things that they've done together. And of course, we say a former governor of Borno State, Senator Ali Modu Sharif, who was the predecessor to the vice president-elect, Senator Kashim Shettima.
They have nicknames for some of these governors. They call him SAS.
SAS, yeah.
So, there you go. So,
all right, there you have the Chamberlain.
I mean, I said it. It's like a German national arriving here.
Yes,
so
another head of Ghana. Looks like we're seeing the arrival of the president of Ghana. Perhaps another president right behind him, but we did say that a number of heads of government are arriving at this time. You will see them being welcomed. They're coming down from their vehicles. Some of them have come with their wives, and you will see the flags on their vehicles. And I know the very first one I saw in front was the flag of Ghana. So I imagine that will be the president of Ghana arriving at this moment.
Our brother country. We have a very strong affinity in terms of friend. There are a lot of things that you might be able to remember. Ghana definitely.
They're not so far from us anyways.
Absolutely.
So there you go. That is the Ghanaian president just coming in. Also been received by the SGF. So there's another dignitary just likely just passed by our line of sight here. So he's not in the cameras yet. So he might be within the premises in a matter of minutes, as a matter of fact. So we'll know who is in that convoy that will be arriving soon. So
one person's hand, Chamberlain, that needs to be perhaps maybe after this event, wash his hands and keep the water in the museum. It will be the boss, Mustafa, the SGF, welcoming and shaking hands with, with all the dignitaries and the big men and women who have arrived here today. Is indeed one moment that he may not forget in a hurry in his life. He's held a very important position in this country before now, but this very occasion has put on him so much duty and responsibility. And I guess that shaking hands and welcoming and making these heads of government feel at home in our very lovely, very wonderful, very beautiful nation of Nigeria will be a delight to not to only himself but his family also.
Oh yes, because I mean his office, very hectic schedule, organizing all of these events, various committees which he chairs for this particular purpose, all coming to fruition today, even as we speak. And more dignitaries hopefully will arrive soon before the president arrives, after which the event will kick off with the national anthem. So all of
when we call them out that what they are doing is wrong and against the law, now they try to justify the law by changing the act after the Debt Management Office securitized first. I think this last bill it passed and the Nigerian air show of catastrophe is indicative of the last 8 years of this country and how this country was run. And people must not just allow this sweep under the carpet. The incoming president must be able to look at this quickly because you see what we have done.
If the president signs that amendment into law, what will the new president do?
If he signs the amendment into law, it can also be reviewed by the House.
Yes.
Mr. Ifeni, we cannot have a country where people have opened the floodgates of financial recklessness in a country that is broke already.
But given the financial constraints, are you not sure that the new president can also benefit from that amendment?
What brought us the financial constraints in the first place? That's what we are asking. The same mindset that tripled our debt from 7 billion when he got him to over 41 now and 77 trillion. When I say billion, I'm talking about USD. The same mindset.
Just to mention, sorry to interrupt you, we see the arrival of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In the last few hours of his time as Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, SAN, they're arriving at the Eagle Square. Now we await the arrival of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, in the next few minutes, as it looks like the ceremony will be on time. It's billed to start at 10 a.m.
Well, Professor Yemi has few minutes, not
few
hours,
minutes.
really.
Well, just a quick comment on Professor Yemi Oshibajo. I think he's done very well. He has had a good run in every position that he has occupied since he was a special assistant, I think, to the late Prince Bola Ajibola, up to when he became commissioner in Lagos. Some people used to call him during the campaign commissioner, whatever they mean by that, up to, he's becoming the vice president of Nigeria. Many Nigerians will attest to his intellectual capacity, his polish.
He acted as president
His
for a couple of months.
Yes, his humility, and the fact that, he's been very supportive of his principal, because it's possible also to have, a disruptive vice president. But in any case, if a vice president is disruptive, such a person will be constantly reminded that there can only be one president in that presidential villa, because the executive powers in Section 5 are vested in the person and office, in the person really of the president. But, it was heartening to see that the Commonwealth Group has found quick service for quick use for President Oshibajo's skills and talent. He's going to lead the Commonwealth Observer Group to the election in Sierra Leone. And, that's something that has happened very quickly. Yeah. And that's, something that President Jonathan has also been doing, leading delegations. So it's a measure of the respect that the international community has for him. When he's not going on international appointment, I see that maybe in Unilag, where he teaches, maybe his office is already undergoing renovation, because he would, be very useful also as an academic to continue in his normal line, and more students will benefit from his wealth of knowledge. There are Americans who will leave office and go back to teach, and if he doesn't want to teach, well, he's a pastor, and he probably will get his parish back and continue to serve in the Lord's vineyard. Congratulations to him, and also particularly his wife, who has conducted herself with great elegance. But is anybody surprised? She's of the distinguished, Awolowo stock.
Yes, absolutely. When I see them walk for the final time, as in that office into the square, I wonder what's going on their minds. In the last few days, we've had some of them be reflective. We've had the president, as we saw a number of times, not just yesterday during his farewell speech, apologize for some of what he's described as the mistakes of his tenure. But there are many successes that we can attribute to the vice president himself. And as you mentioned, Mr. Feni, at the time when he had a short period to be acting president. Now, talking about powerful first ladies, as I mentioned earlier on, we have, for the next few minutes, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Aisha Buhari, arriving at Eagle Square. Also, again, if I could go into her mind and think in terms of what would have been a very interesting time as the #1 woman in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a number of controversies, a number of, shall I say, outreaches and her projects to the society, to Nigeria.
To her credit, the attempt by President Muhammad Buhari to extinguish the office of the First Lady never works.
It didn't work.
Because I always my wife. No, accept a place in the kitchen.
Not at all.
It's not that easy. It's not that easy. In a Nigeria like this, and especially I think since the time that Miriam Babangida set the tone for that office, I think it was no going back. And every first lady had, something to do. If you remember, the wife of General Sonia Abacha had what's it called, the Family Support Program.
Yes.
Yeah, FSP program and
Mrs.
things
Miriam
like
Babangida had
that. Better life for rural women and all of that. But one thing is certain, they play a very key role in the life of every president. You cannot ignore the First Lady. I think one that comes to my mind about the magnitude of the role she played was the likes of Isabel Perón of Argentina, that played a very key role and finally went ahead to do a lot for, her country. So they play a very key role. They are the last point of advice. The president definitely listens to his First Lady, and they have very wise counsel. And that's why this one comes in handy this time around. But I think for me, you were asking a question, Aya, that what goes through their mind? Yes. I think one thing that'll go through their mind, I'll say two things. Number one is the Yoruba adage that says, Adiera no kinshonwa jegbi. What it means is a chicken that is used to pass way for the dead in medieval Yoruba land is not something that people can just eat like that. And it talks about the transience of life, all right? In medieval Yoruba land, whenever people died, they used to get the skin of the chicken to part way, for people to the greater world beyond. And afterwards, they cook the chicken and everybody eats it. And they say that at the I'm not sure again, because if you definitely eat the chicken of somebody like that, they will eat yours in return. And it just shows you that. And I think it's also instructive for the incoming president that there's nothing that is permanent.
Yes.
We have seen your stats today. At some point, you have to leave office. And what are the legacies? And I think the other one very profound is J.P. Clark's poem, Streamside Exchange, that says, riverbed, riverbed, sitting all day long on hook over grad riverbed, sing to me a song of all that past and say, will mother come back today? You shall not know and you should not bother. Tide the market, come and go, and so shall your mother. What it means is that the transience of life, the exchange of life.
Life is
transient. I remember the time we welcomed in the likes of Vice President Osinbajo. And you can see today he's leaving. Bola Tinubu is coming in today, and at some point he would leave. So the question is, what do you do in that short span? That is what is most important. And that's what legacy and history will judge you by. And the things you say, just like I do not think it was fair. And there was nothing funny about saying that it was easier to control cows than to control the Nigerian people. It was a big insult, an insulting thing to say to the Nigerian people. It was not even joking any ramification. So there's no way we can spin it.
Although if you want to be fair, something like that. You like cows too.
No, let's not justify that.
No, I'm not justifying it. There are some of us that are so sycophantic, almost to the point of
people can be people can be sycophants, but it's incumbent on the leader to be able to listen to the voice of reason and the voice of sycophancy.
Some people are just sycophants. Anyway, that's the governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, arriving there. His spouse, the wife of the governor of Imo State. By talking about first ladies, maybe to recommend, well, I don't think we still need to teach someone who has been a first lady in Lagos State for 8 years any new thing about how to be a first lady. But when she met with the outgoing first lady, Aisha Buhari, she still said, well, nobody knows it all, and that she's still willing to learn more. But the example stands out of Mami Eisenhower. Mami Eisenhower, first lady of the United States. Okay, she came from a wealthy background. She was so instrumental, to our husband's administration, let me call it, that, she stood larger than life. And then there was Eleanor Roosevelt. Eleanor Roosevelt was not just an influential first lady, in paying tribute to her, she was referred to as first lady of the world. And that's a measure of her influence. And if you look at a list of great American presidents, you will definitely find Eisenhower's name there. You will find Roosevelt there. Franklin Delano, that's it. FDR. Yeah, because there were two Roosevelts. Yeah, the one I'm referring to is FDR, who was, a president during the Depression, and who managed to take America, and manage that crisis for America. So, very true. First ladies can be very influential. They can do a lot for public good, for their husband's administration. Okay, looks like the president's convoy is already arriving. How
did we miss Patience Jonathan, who went international with her Africa Peace
the
First
president's
Ladies
convoy arriving now. That pilot car will be followed by the media car. So this is the advance team coming in. We should expect to see the president in a matter of seconds, if not minutes, because they're already within the arena.
Now, talking about the president, after the swearing-in, some people might wonder where President Muhammadu Buhari would be or what he will do. As part of the activities lined up for today, he would be going back today to Katsina, to Daura to be exact.
His itinerary for
Yes, his itinerary for the day.
He will go straight from this Iguska, straight to the airport. Yes. He will not go back to that villa. The next time he will go to that villa will be as a guest or as a member of the state National Council of State, of which he will automatically be a member. He's been a member before, yes. But former presidents are members of the Council of State.
He hasn't hidden what he would be doing post-retirement as president. He talked about going back to his beloved cattle and to just live a quiet life. And if you disturb him too much, he's threatened to leave you and go.
But he said he has not saved enough to buy feeds for all. He may have to reduce the number of cattle.
No, he will buy from his pension. But most importantly, I think we will still have to disturb him. And I will have to raise a very important matter that is dear to me, that we've been leaving every Nigerian president off the hook. President Buhari will still have to give us his memoirs. And I think it is incumbent, most leaders that leave the country, give us their memoirs, so that we can learn. I know there are some issues that are still touchy for them that they will never want to discuss.
Can I give you an update on that?
Yes.
Yes, Femi Adesina was on TV a couple of days ago, and he said the president has said he's not going to write any memoir because if he has to write everything about the experiences he's had through the years, families will be hurt, children of some other people will be hurt, and he doesn't want to do that. So he will not. I'm quoting Femi Adesina. That's the update.
The truth has to be said. The truth has to be said. You see, and that's the more reason why we are in the challenges and the problems we have today. Memoirs do many things. They also set the record straight, they heal hurts, and they try as much as possible to make people learn the lessons for the future. I am happy, and I'm not going to say this, that a famous Nigerian leader will be putting out one of his memoirs soon, by the grace of God. We look forward to that, where he will be able to clarify some issues. It is incumbent we do these things. It is also something to deepen our democracy, deepen public interaction, and deepen our knowledge of our country. But when they go with these things, and they go like that, a lot of people do not learn. Take, for instance, I know he might not want to write it because he's well an old man now. But people like General Yakubu Gowon, I would still have wanted to hear from him as regards memoirs. There are so many things that are left unsaid to Nigerians. If you truly serve these people, you should also be able to say, I made mistakes, I'm honest about it, I want it to be corrective. But I know it's their prerogative to say if they want to write or they don't want to write. But for the sake of the future and stability of this country, it is best they also take out time. Most of these stories anyway are heavily edited in the first place. So the argument of some people will be hurt is not going to cut it for us because they're heavily edited. They only say what they want to say. All right, the president has arrived, President Muhammadu Buhari. So this is about the last time we'll be calling President Muhammadu Buhari. Very soon he will be former President Muhammadu Buhari. He's had a checkered past, was former leader of this country in the 80s, came in through a military coup back in the days. After so many tries, 3 tries, finally got the chance in 2015. And he came on the change mantra, but how history will judge him will be dependent on viewers, of the show this morning. Maybe he's done well according to the change mantra he talked about. He's had his time. In the last days, he's apologized to Nigerians, for the things he didn't get right. But hey, it's up to us and it's up to history to judge him. So he's just making his way to the box. And I think everything is all set up. Dr. Abbas, you guys know how you do all this protocol since he's up there.
Well, just to make a quick comment about, memoirs. Yes, everything said perfectly in order. However, there's also for public service officers, what they call, is it the 6-year rule? I don't know the number of years. It used to be a major part of the Official Secrets Act that you can't write about your experience, until after a certain period, until certain. Well, let's leave that for now. The president is taking the official salute at the Eagle Square. And
thank you. Leave National Nigeria.
Nigeria kọlu for goodness sake, why is your mind so dirty like this? Mind ìta ló dọ̀tí o, oyè díje àbí kí lorúkọ yìí tálẹ̀ tó ń bá wí ní o. Ẹ̀rà sọ́ dìjà o. Ìrònú bá Buhari, ó ti parí iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ́ ọ lọ. Ó yá ọmọ gbéra o, ìrònú ò ti bá ọ̀gá. Mo ti ń lọ báyìí, ó lọ.
Please take your seats, thank you. May I crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to invite the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Veuillez vous asseoir, s'il vous plaît. Le commandant du brigade de garde nigériane doit inviter son Excellence, Président Muhammadu Buhari, de nous joindre ici. Mesdames et messieurs, ça c'est une activité vraiment très kaléidoscopique. C'est une activité très riche, une activité historique dans l'histoire du Nigeria.
Okay, the president, they are getting to the state box to take his seat. Thereafter, old colors.
Ìgbádùn tí ló mú mi lọ́wọ́ bí kíní ti mú mi lọ́wọ́ yìí o.
To the outgoing president, and then there will be prayers. There will be Christian prayers, Muslim prayers, and the CGN will be invited to swear in first the vice president elect before the swearing in of the president elect. So the president Muhammadu Buhari there has just taken his last salute. That's his last salute as our president of Nigeria. So the old military colors will be handed over to him by his ADC. Then the new military colors will later be given to the president after he's been sworn in as president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Although sometimes civilian presidents don't like to stress commander-in-chief of the armed forces, but under our laws, the president of Nigeria is also commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But as I was saying earlier on, in the past week or so, President Muhammadu Buhari had 2 books launched in his honor. One was written by, I forget his name now, his surname, I forgot his surname, but, a top African regional correspondent, and then the second one was written and published by the Buhari Media Center. So there will be more books. And then you had the Come of Achievements published by the Presidential Media Council team, okay? But I think what Nigerians would like is to hear a story, from the president himself when the time is right, not a book written and then as Nigerian leaders. But again, it's not everything. We keep saying that a hunter sees in the forest that he goes back home to write about. But I think our literature will be enriched if we have more of our leaders, writing personal stories, personal experiences, not what we get for the most part, plain hagiography. Because when other people write on these leaders, it could be hagiography. but there could be academics who will write something more informed. And the person who has been very privileged in that regard, we seem to be, President Olusegun Obasanjo, about 2 really scholarly books, and essays have been done over the years. The president going around there, shaking hands and probably saying, thank you, thank you. Well, in that road there, you have the visiting heads of state. I just saw President Foyasimbe of the Republic of Togo, and there is the president of Chad. Okay, he's going back to his seat now.
Well, in terms of the activities for the day, Dr. Bati already talked about the fact that following the national anthem and, of course, he's going around greeting some of the invited guests from different parts of the world. We'll have the national prayers and then the swearing in of the vice president-elect, swearing in of the president-elect. We will go back to the Eagle Square now to continue to watch the proceedings.
We pray for you to bless Nigeria, bless our neighbors. Oh Allah, as we are here today, we surrender all the activities that will take place here into your hand. Oh Allah, protect all of us here. Protect the entire Nigerians and wherever we are. Oh Allah, we thank you for this day. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amen. Thank you very much. Next is the Christian prayer to be done by Bishop Stephen Adegbite.
Let us all pray. Our God, our Father, to you all hearts are open, all desires known. From you no secret are hidden. We ask that you cleanse the hearts of our hearts, that we may perfectly love you and worthily magnify your holy name, through Christ our Lord. Our God and our Father, we thank you for today. We bless you because you have never failed and you will never fail. We thank you for the life of our president that is outgoing, Muhammadu Buhari. We thank you for all he's been able to do, and we thank you for his family. Lord, we ask that you continue to take care of him. Be with him as he leaves office today. We pray, O Lord, for the new president, your son, Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, GCFR, His Excellency. Father, we ask for your blessings upon him. We ask, so Lord, that he's looking up unto you today, and he's saying, where will my help come from? His help will come from you, because you are the maker of heaven and earth. You will not allow him to stumble. You are the one that is keeping watch over him. He will never stumble, nor the sun will strike him in the day, nor the moon in the night. You will protect his going out and coming in from this time forward. We cover the entire nation with the blood of Jesus Christ. No weapon formed against our nation will ever prosper. Any tongue that rises against Nigeria, Lord, you will condemn in judgment. Father, assure you, Bola Tíñubu tenure will be peaceful, will be refreshing, and he will not die in office. It shall be well with him. It shall be well with the First Lady. It shall be well with the children. It shall be well with everyone that belongs to us in Nigeria. And Lord, Nigeria will go to the next level. It is a new dawn, oh Lord. Father, take control. Son, take control. Holy Spirit, take control. Let your name be glorified. Today is a new beginning. It shall be well with our nation. It shall be well with all of us. It shall be well with people that are rejoicing with us. And after all said and done, if every other thing given to us is taken away, your Holy Spirit will never depart from our life. Give us a place in your eternal place. Thank you, Holy Spirit. We know you will do far more exceedingly, even than our own expectation, because you are our maker. In Jesus' most wonderful name, we are praying.
Amen.
And the people of the Lord will say,
Amen.
people of God will say,
Amen.
people of the Most High God are saying, come and do something for the Lord Jesus.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening prayers done by Imam Dr. Mohammed Kabir and Bishop Stephen Adekite. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, it will be recalled that the Nigerian general elections were held in our dear country some months ago. The presidential and national assembly elections was conducted on 25th February 2023. The elections ended with the governorship and state assembly elections on 18 March 2023. During the presidential elections, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, GCFR, and his running mate, His Excellency Kashim Shettima of the ruling party, All Progressive Congress, APC for short, were declared winner. And it's on that note that we are gathered here to witness the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony on this auspicious and unique event.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il faut savoir que les élections générales ont eu lieu au Nigeria il y a quelques mois. Les élections présidentielles et celles de l'Assemblée nationale ont eu lieu le 25 février 2023. Après les élections, le président et son colistier, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tíñubu et son Excellence Kashim Shettima du parti au pouvoir sont déclarés les gagnants. Voilà pourquoi nous sommes ici pour cette occasion historique, l'investiture et la prestation de serment au président et le vice-président élu. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. On that note, may I now respectfully invite the Chief Registrar of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Hajo Sariki Bello, who will in turn invite His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, Grand Commander of the Order of the Nigeria, to administer the oath of office.
Son Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai le grand plaisir d'inviter le greffier en chef de la Cour suprême du Nigeria qui va inviter Sa Seigneurie, le juge en chef du Nigeria, la justice Olukayode Ariwola, pour faire prêter le serment d'office au vice-président élu du Nigeria, Son Excellence Alhaji Kashim Shettima.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice Olukayode Ariwola is the head of the judicial arm of the government of Nigeria and preside over the country's Supreme Court and the National Judicial Council. Honorable Justice Ariwola was appointed and confirmed Chief Justice of Nigeria on 27 June and 21st September 2022, respectively. Before his elevation to the Supreme Court, His Lordship served as Justice of Court of Appeal in Kaduna, Enugu, and Lagos divisions. This morning, His Lordship Ariwola will carry out his statutory responsibility as he administers the oath of office to His Excellency Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima and His Excellency President-elect Bola Ahmed Tíñubu.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, with deference to the office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, may I now praise the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to respectfully invite His Excellency, the Vice President-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, to please proceed to the saluting days for the oath of office, and he is to be accompanied by his wife, Hajiana Shettima.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'activité que nous allons témoigner dans quelques minutes est la prestation des serments d'office au vice-président élu, son Excellence Sa Kashim Shettima, et sera faite par le juge en chef du Nigeria, son Excellence Sa Majesté, la justice Ariola. Merci beaucoup.
I, Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. I, Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is by President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability and faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 5th schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interests to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the event unfolding here at Tíñubu Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing president, the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Witness a while ago, the vice president-elect taking his oath of office. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Grand Commander of the Order of the Region. Congratulations, Your Excellency. At this point, may I crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to kindly usher the new Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était la prestation de serment au nouveau vice-président du Nigeria, son Excellence Kashim Shettima, qui est accompagné avec sa belle femme Hadjanana Kashim Shettima.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests,
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
le vice-président du Nigeria, il est allé saluer le président sortant, son Excellence président Mamadou Buhari, et le vice-président, vice-président Yemi Osinbajo. Nous avons des personnalités ici. Nous avons ici même devant moi le président du Libéria, le président John Ware, le président du Niger et autres personnalités qui sont là. Au nom de la fraternité et la solidarité africaine, soyez les bienvenus. Le ballon d'or, le seul ballon d'or africain.
thank you very much. Next to be sworn in is the exalted office of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. May I once again crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to please invite His Excellency, the 16th President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to the saluting days for the swearing-in of oath of office. And he's been accompanied by
Excellence, invité distingué, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un moment historique pour le Nigeria. J'invite respectueusement le commandant de la brigade de garde à inviter le président élu de la République fédérale du Nigeria, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, accompagné par sa belle femme, Madame Olusegun Tinubu, pour la prestation du serment. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Badejou.
Bring the cable. Let me run the cable first.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Applaudissements.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. that I will not allow my personal interests to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
So constitution tẹ́yìn rí yẹn ó máa defend ẹ̀ tórálì kò lè cut constitution tó ń bọ̀. Èmi mọ̀ ń bá yín ṣe ni promise èmi ti sọ fún mi pé nǹkan tó ẹ máa rí. Tinubu is swearing in today is 29th of May 2023. Bola Ahmed Tinubu Jagaban of Lagos, the aṣíwájú àwọn àjòjì ní ìlú Èkó. He is the president of Nigeria right now. So help in God. Only so help me God. Now, ẹ̀yin tèmi, torí wọ́n ní Tinubu, oní ọ̀sẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ti wá rí pé constitution, nobody can sit on that constitution can do better. Can do better because that constitution is the problem of Nigeria, not the people there. Àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ gangan kọ́ níṣòro, but the constitution that they gave us is the problem we are facing. If they can't call the constitution, there is problem, but the constitution is the problem we have. Now, ó sọ fún yín nísìnyí pé ó máa defend the constitution yẹn, ìyẹn mi pé constitution yẹn bó ṣe wà ló ṣe máa wà wọn ò lè tún kọ. Ṣé ẹ ti wá rí nísìnyí pé ẹ̀yin ni kẹ́ ẹ lọ prepare fún Buhari promax 2023 promax, that is my problem. I don't have problem with Tinubu, I don't have problem with anybody, but the problem is for you, my masses, for the poor masses that they don't have anywhere to go when this started. You just prepare yourself and be careful on the road or anywhere.
She has touched the lives of girls.
Just be careful in any way. Don't fight anybody. Don't harassing anybody. Don't instigate anybody. Stop kidnapping your people. Stop kidnapping the masses. Àwọn tí ò rówó ná, àwọn tí ò rón jẹjẹ tẹ́ ń jí wọn gbé, ẹ stop. Tẹ́ bá fẹ́ jíyàn gbé, ẹ lọ sínú aṣọ rọ̀, ẹ lọ wá ọmọ Tinubu ọmọ rẹ̀. Ẹ lọ wá àwọn ọmọ Tinubu, àwọn ọmọ Buhari, àwọn ọmọ Ọbásanjọ́, àwọn tó ti jẹ president Nàìjíríà rí. Àwọn ọmọ gómìnà yín, àwọn ọmọ sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ yín, oníkẹ́ ẹ wá lọ. Ẹ má máa jí àwọn ẹlẹ́ni tí wọ́n rón jẹjẹ gbé.
As a role model, the West African Women Association named the Oluremi Tinubu Women Training Center in Gorom, Senegal, after her. From First Lady, Lagos State, to Senator, and today, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are heartily welcome on board.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Auntie Yemi Yere, Auntie Yemi.
nous avons applaudi avec la prestation des serments au président du Nigeria, son Excellence, président Bola Ahmed Tinubu, le Jagaban. La biographie de la première dame nigériane, Madame Oluremi Tinubu, elle est pédagogue, administrateur, philanthrope.
Baba Afọbajẹ.
Le 21 septembre.
Baba Afọbajẹ is the president.
A fait ses études supérieures à
Bola Tinubu swearing in.
Après lequel elle est devenue la première dame de Lagos.
Breaking
Elle a mené
news.
une candidature aux élections. Elle est devenue membre député depuis le 28 mars 2015. Madame Tinubu, en reconnaissance de ses réalisations et réalisations de ses contributions à l'amélioration de la société, elle a été honorée plusieurs fois, localement et internationalement. Actuellement, elle est la 6e première dame du Nigeria. Félicitations, membre député Oluremi Tinubu, la nouvelle première dame du Nigeria. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the President of the Federal.
Well, it's done. The end of one administration, the beginning of another. We've just witnessed there as breaking news, President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu sworn in as president, and his vice president, Kashim Shettima, sworn in also as president of Nigeria. From this point onwards, Bola Ahmed Tíñubu is now the 16th president and head of state of Nigeria, president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria. And this is a seventh transition program in Nigeria since the return to civilian rule in 1999. There, in the, on the screen, President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu with members of his family. First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tíñubu, and then other members of the family, including the children of the President Tíñubu. There, now you have the outgoing president, or rather the outgone president with, the president of Nigeria. Former President Muhammadu Buhari there with President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu. Old, new.
Defense flag and being accompanied this morning by the Regimental Sergeant Major Gas Brigade, Nigerian Army, Master Warrant Officer Ali Umar. The flag bearers are Corporal Kalu Chigozie of the Nigerian Army, Ebo Seaman and Timur Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy, Sergeant Kado Samson of the Nigerian Army, and Sergeant Undoma Patrick of the Nigerian Air Force. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it may interest you to know that this highly regimented aspect of the occasion is usually observed during transition of power, as we will witness shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing.
Mesdames et messieurs, l'activité que nous témoignons à côté des salutations et l'abaissement des drapeaux. Il y a deux drapeaux, si vous voyez bien. Il y a le drapeau de la défense et le drapeau national. L'abaissement des drapeaux signifie la nouvelle ère et le nouveau drapeau, le nouveau ère dans la disposition de la justice du Nigeria. Et voici ce que nous allons témoigner. Les activités sont faites par des soldats de marine nationale et de l'armée de terre.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please may we all rise while officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute as the national and defense flag are being lowered while the retreat is played. Thank
Mesdames et messieurs, les officiers en uniforme et les sous-officiers doivent saluer. C'est une activité très militaire qui signifie la passation du pouvoir entre ancien président Muhammadu Buhari et le nouveau président Bola Ahmed Tíñubu. C'est une activité par la force armée nigériane qui va signifier le changement de drapeau, entre autres. Merci beaucoup.
That was the lowering of the national and defense flag done by Corporal Kalu Chigozie of the Nigerian Army and Able Seaman Etimoa Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy, signifying the end of the dispensation in the political arena of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And at the end of the lowering of the national and defense flags, they will now proceed to fold the flag before handing them over to the Regimental Sergeant Major Gas Brigade, who will in turn proceed to hand it over to the Commander Gas Brigade, Brigadier General A.M. Umar, after which he will also proceed to hand it over to the Chief of Defense Staff, General Loki Rabo, CFR, who would be finally handing it over to the immediate past President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, signifying the end of his administration. We shall be witnessing that shortly.
Stand up!
Ce qui se passe, mesdames et messieurs, est le pillage des deux drapeaux, le drapeau national et le drapeau de la défense. Et comme j'ai dit, vous verrez les deux officiers qui sont au terrain de parade. Il y a le commandant de brigade de garde, le général de brigade A.M. Umar, qui va recevoir les deux anciens drapeaux et le deux nouveaux drapeaux. Il le passera au chef du corps de la défense, le général Loki Irabo. Et Irabo passera les deux drapeaux au président du Nigeria, le président Bola Ahmed Tinubu. C'est ça qui signifie le début d'une nouvelle ère de la discussion et de la gouvernance au Nigeria. C'est une activité très militaire et indication qui indique la passation du pouvoir. Voilà pourquoi nous sommes ici le matin. Merci beaucoup.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing at the moment is the folding of the national and defense flags. They are being done by Corporal Kalu Chigozie of the Nigerian Army, Able Seaman Etimoa Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy, Sergeant Samson Kanu of the Nigerian Army, and Sergeant Ndoma Patrick of the Nigerian Air Force. And see them paying compliment after folding the flag. The flag bearers turn about and march smartly towards the Regimental Sergeant Major Gas Brigade, Master Warrant Officer Aliu Umar, who is carrying a case as he pays compliment, opens the case, and first the defense flag is being placed, and the old national flag is also being placed in the case, carried by the Regimental Sergeant Major Gas Brigade. pay compliment turns to his right, marching smartly towards the Commander Gas Brigade, Brigadier General B.M. Kumar. Comes to a halt as the commander pays compliment. He takes a step forward, hands over the case flag to the Commander Gas Brigade. As he takes steps backward, paying compliment. The commander turns to his right, marching towards the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, CFR, who pays compliment before receiving the case flag from the commander.
Le général de corps de brigade vient de passer le drapeau national et le drapeau de la défense. Son Excellence, le général Irabo marche majestueusement vers le président. Il passera le drapeau à l'ancien président Bouhari et M. Bouhari passera le drapeau au nouveau président Bola Ahmed Tíñubu.
You can see the Chief of Defense Staff handing over the old national and defense flag to the immediate past president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, signifying the end of his administration as the new national and defense flag will be given once again to the Chief of Defense Staff. And see the new cased flag, his national and defense flag being presented to the new president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, who will in turn present the new national and defense flag to the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, CFR, as he turns about.
Le président Bola Ahmed Tíñubu a passé le drapeau au chef de corps de l'armée de la défense, le général Irabo. Irabo passera le drapeau au commandant des gardes de brigade et nous aurons l'usage de ces deux drapeaux dans quelques minutes. C'est la passation du pouvoir. Merci beaucoup.
You can see the Chief of Defense Staff handing over the case flag to the Commander Gas Brigade, who turns about and proceeds to hand it over to the Regimental Sergeant Major Gas Brigade Nigerian Army, Master Warrant Officer Aliu Umar. He pays compliment and receives the case flag from the Commander Gas Brigade, Brigadier General B.M. Umar, who pays compliment as the Regimental Sergeant Major turns about carrying the brand new cased national and defense flags to hand it over to the flag bearers as they pay compliment. He opens the case flag. And first to be retrieved is the new national flag by Sergeant Udoma Patrick of the Nigerian Air Force and the new defense flag by Sergeant Kanu Samson of the Nigerian Army. Pays compliment as they turn about, proceed to hand them over to Corporal Kalu Chigozie of the Nigerian Army and Ebo Seaman Timor Emmanuel of the Nigerian Navy. Compliment being paid there once again as they take a step forward to receive the brand new national and defense flags compliment being paid as they turn about and proceed of the national and defense flags respectively, signifying the beginning of a new administration of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, CR.
Mesdames et messieurs, Pour témoigner maintenant les sages du drapeau et du drapeau de la défense, ce qui signifie le commencement de la nouvelle administration et une nouvelle ère pour le Nigeria. C'est vraiment un moment historique. Les sages, nouveau drapeau. Merci.
As the reveal is played while the new national and defense flag are being hosted. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian Air Force, a coastal helicopter is what you are seeing flying past
La défense.
Please take your seats, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the lowering and hosting of the national and defense flag, respectively, may I now most respectfully Defense Staff General Lucky Irabo, TFR, to take his seat. May I also crave the indulgence of the Commander Gas Brigade to usher the immediate past President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to take his seat. The Commander, sir. Where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration and swearing in ceremony of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We witnessed a short while ago the lowering and hosting of the national and defense flag, respectively, signifying the end and the beginning of a new dispensation. What we shall be witnessing any moment from now is the inspection of the various guards by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
All down arms!
Very good.
I found this.
And there we have the past president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria making his exit after handing over to the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Good.
Presidential inauguration parade from the 29 officers, 450 members of the armed forces, and Nigerian police on parade. Ready.
Well, there we can see the former president of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, taking his leave. He goes straight to the airport, and from there he's lifted back to his base. As we've been informed, he will be on his way to Daura, his hometown, and he has waved everyone goodbye. And now the 16th president of Nigeria, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, after that change of colors, is now going to inspect the parade. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Well, I read an article this morning. We're still waiting for the exact title that he will choose, whether he will prefer to be addressed as Chief or as Asiwaju or simply as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But we'll know in due course as soon as his protocol people inform the public accordingly.
Yes.
The special guest of honor and reviewing officer for today's historic occasion, former senator and two-term governor of Lagos State, a founding member and former national leader of Nigeria's governing party, the All Progressives Congress, a notable progressive leader, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a visionary who has made sacrifices to advance the common goal in Nigeria and beyond. His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu obtained a degree in business administration, accounting and management from Chicago State University, Illinois, United States of America in 1979. He was on Chicago State University Dean's List throughout his stay at the university and won an outstanding Students Award and also bagged a certificate of merit in accounting and finance. In his final year, he emerged president, Chicago State University Accounting Society. It should be worthy of mention that while still in the university, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu was headhunted for both international and local companies, including Mobile Nigeria, where he held important positions like senior auditor and company treasurer. He left the company to embark upon his political career in 1989. The virtues of courage, determination, commitment, vision, focus, and a strong sense of purpose that have characterized Bola Tinubu's politics drove his emergence as one of the country's most successful governors after Nigeria's return to democratic governance 23 years ago. His stewardship of Lagos State between 1999 and 2007 remains a reference for good governance in Nigeria and across the region. Among the most influential and impressive of his achievements as the governor of Lagos was his revolution of the state's environmental policies and the creation of thousands of jobs for negotiations through the private sector partnership program he established. Other important achievements while governor of Lagos include education reforms under which now thriving mission schools were returned to their original owners after decades of government control. Free education and West African Examination Council forms for school leaders, giving underprivileged children access to further education, more career opportunities, and better life prospects. Civil service reforms, which led directly to the introduction of a more responsive and expert-led civil service in Lagos. Judicial reforms and Lagos Master Plan blueprint, which has been and continues to be followed with great success by all subsequent governors of Lagos. Also worthy of mention is that as a first-class financial strategist, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu overhauled and reformed government and revenue collection in the state, taking Lagos from a yearly internally generated revenue of 14.64 billion naira in 1999 to 60.31 billion naira in 2006. His innovations laid the groundwork necessary for Lagos to have the revenue to improve the state and modernize living conditions of all of its inhabitants. A graceful leader imbued with courage and commitment to justice. Bola Tinubu combines practical political acumen, strategic vision, and moral principle. When the history of the first 2 decades of the 21st century in Nigeria is written, it will record Bola Tinubu's rare courage and foresight in guiding his party, the All Progressive Congress, to victory in 2015, and how, working with other countries, we have launched the determined efforts of then the ruling party to turn Nigeria into a more multi-state. His Excellency Bola Tinubu knows politics much as he understands the game of power. Indeed, his democratic footprints go beyond Nigeria. They span the continent, especially in the immediate West African sub-region, where he has contributed personal resources, advice, and support to help sustain democracy and popular participation in many of the region's emergent democracies. His Excellency Bola Tinubu has served the cause of humanity and expanded the frontiers of freedom and democracy in Nigeria and the African continent. He is one of the Nigerians' foremost nationalists and champions of federalism. As one of the few leaders and champions of democracy with potential and experience to improve the fortunes of his people, Bola Tinubu is the very best man, and today the 16th President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is happily married to his lovely wife, the 16th First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, and the union is blessed with amazing children.
Mesdames et messieurs, Son Excellence, le 16e président de la République fédérale du Nigeria et commandant en chef des forces armées du Nigeria, GCFR, est né le 29 mars 1952. Il a été 2 fois le gouverneur d'État de Lagos, pendant laquelle il a fait des réformes durables dans les domaines pédagogiques, financiers, judiciaires et la création des emplois. Son Excellence a eu sa licence en l'administration des affaires, comptabilité et la gestion à l'Université de Chicago, Illinois, aux États-Unis. Il a aussi travaillé comme unité supérieure à mobile.
Son Excellence, le Président a revu la parade. Maintenant, il va continuer avec les délibérations militaires. Ouais.
Thank you. That was the citation on His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. May I now hand over to my co-compare, Captain Anebi Ababa, to continue with the remaining parade.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant. First to say Mrs. Olubumi Badejo and Mr. Mohammed Tijani for the wonderful citation of the special guest of honor on this auspicious occasion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the inspection, we shall witness shortly the parade commander seeking permission to continue with the rest of the parade.
May I have your permission to carry on with the rest of the parade, Your Excellency?
Presidential permission has been sought there and graciously granted by His Excellency, the special guest of honor and the reviewing officer for today's historic occasion. We can see the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, riding on a white horse named GMB to take his position to commence the march past. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing.
This inside.
Shoulder arms! Hands into the colors! Take move! Red uniform! 3 rounds! Form! 3 rounds! Close order! March! Inward turn!
Let me call my mother, tell her. That's a women of oh, okay. Yes, why did you see that?
Red will not pass! In slow and quick time! Division into columns! Forming squad on the right and left! Kalapate leading by the center! Right and left wheel! Slow march!
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, the still event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration, swearing-in ceremony of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, GCFR. Witness a while ago the parade commander giving orders for the guards to form 3 ranks and commence the march past. What you are witnessing now are the guards forming squad without changing formation, before forming an extended line formation by the guards towards the saluting days, led by the color pattern. The essence is for the guards to pay their respect to the special guest of honor who has taken his position here saluting days, and also for the reviewing officer to take a close look and turn out of the guards who are impeccably dressed at close range. The file pass will involve the guards from the squads on the right and left of the parade before presenting arms to the special guest of honor, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it will also interest you to know that the file pass towards the saluting days and the forming squads by the guards is another display of silent drill, as the guards are only reacting to the initial words of command given by the parade commander before the commencement of the march past. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing.
Excellences, les officiers supérieurs, les chefs d'État des pays africains qui nous ont honorés avec leur présence, mesdames et messieurs, ce que nous voyons maintenant actuellement, c'est le membre de la force armée nigériane avec le commandant des parades en avance, les escortes des drapeaux, les réduits. Ils marchent vers le nuage des salutations afin de montrer et justifier la loyauté de la force armée nigériane au président, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tíñubu. Il marche majestueusement, calmement, avec la dignité, le courage, la fierté qui sont les qualités de l'armée dans le monde. Vraiment, c'est une activité kaléidoscopique, pleine de couleurs qui signifie une nouvelle ère dans la discussion, nouvelle discussion au Nigeria. Mon commandant, mon capitaine Ababa, je passe la parole à vous.
Monsieur Mohamed Tijani, distinguished guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, what you are watching at the moment are the guards forming squad to the right and left of the parade ground, preparatory for the presenting of arms to the special guest of honor to show their unalloyed loyalty to the exalted office of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. To the left half of the saluting days, we have the number 1, 2, and 3 guards provided by the Nigerian Army. And to the right half of the saluting days, we have the number 4 guard provided by the Nigerian Navy. Behind the number 4 guard is the number 5 guard provided by the Nigerian Air Force. And the last guard for today's occasion is the number 6 guard provided by the Nigeria Police. In the middle of the parade ground facing the special guest of honor as a turnabout now are the color party. And we have 4 colors on parade this morning. We have the national color, the Nigerian Army regimental color, the Navy color, and the Air Force color being carried by commissioned officers known as ensigns to the colors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, witnessed a while ago the various guards paying compliments, all to show their unalloyed loyalty to the special guest of honor. After paying compliments, they are now retreating back in an orderly fashion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please have it.
Mesdames et messieurs, vous voyez, il y a 6 gardes en parole ce matin. Nous avons les 2 premiers gardes composés de l'armée de terre nigériane. La 4e garde est composée de la marine nationale. La 5e garde est composée de l'armée de l'air nigériane. Et nous avons aussi la 6e garde composée par la police nationale.
Your Excellency, Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit back and enjoy this beautiful parade by these amazing officers and men, permit me to approach you with the significance and gentleman salute, which is part of activities lined up for today's celebration. Take to one of our tradition used to accord respect to dignitaries. Generally, saluting is long using hand, sword, colors, small arms, and firing of artillery guns. Salute by bonfire is an ancient ceremony which originated in the 17th century. Before the use of artillery guns and fire applications, usually banks, to welcome important dignitaries or great anniversary. Traditionally, all saluts are presented to welcome the foreign president or head of state on the state visit. It is also used to cover real days, marking of public holidays and independence anniversary celebrations. Others include Ascension Day, State Funeral and late President, and Independence Day. In Nigeria, one salute is provided during non-position members' celebrations, inauguration parades, independence anniversary, and in honor of visiting presidents. Today we shall be witnessing the firing of the 12 salute to signify the great respect and unflinching loyalty that the Nigerian Armed Forces and the Nigerian Police have for the returning office and the personage of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. On that note, that I request our distinguished guests not to panic at the sound of the focus by the State House artillery battery when the 12 salute is being fired. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please have a
Les officiers supérieurs, permettez-moi de vous donner une petite histoire. Où le canon était l'activité militaire. Où le canon est fait à l'honneur des présidents indesignables. Et ici, nous avons passé le président en visite au Nigeria. Pour beaucoup d'anniversaires en chef d'État, pour les jours fériés. Le canon collectif aussi le chef de l'indépendance. Et au Nigeria, cela se fait. Le grand respect et la loyauté sont voyés inébranlables que le force armé nigérien ont pour la fonction de bureau du président de la République fédérale du Nigeria. Donc, n'est pas peur, on va tirer le métier en cours après cette activité.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Tijani. It's a great honor. I now hand over the microphone to my co-compare, Lieutenant Odunayo Onogoda, to guide us through the match pass round.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Senior Officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed a while ago the guard forming squad without changing formation towards the saluting guys led by the color party to pay their respect to the special guest of honor. And also for the review officer to take a look at the turnout of the guards who are impeccably dressed at close range. Any moment from now, we shall be witnessing march past by the guards. Your Excellencies, the guards having marched into line shortly, the march pass round the parade ground will commence with number 1 guard leading, and the other guards following suit in ascending order. The guards will take turn to pay the respect to the special guest of honor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. May I have this moment? Please request that when the color parties marches towards your sitting position, you are please expected to rise as a mark of respect to the colors, as the colors create a feeling of pride in soldiers and ex-soldiers. Officers and warrant officers in uniform are expected to salute. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, il y aura 6 gardes en parade ce matin et nous aurons 48 personnels. Et le premier garde est commandé par Moussa Hamza Yakoubou, le commandant Moussa Hamza Yakoubou et sous-officier Mani en arrière. Nous avons aussi deuxième garde composé par l'armée de terre nigérienne. Et là, comme commandant Amina Shankar, n'est-ce pas?
Please, dignitaries standing in front of the state box are requested to move back to their seats. You are not expected to stand in front of the state box. Please move back to your seats. Move back to your seats. If you don't have anything to do in front of the state box, you are kindly requested to go back to your seats. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, taking you back to the happenings on the parade ground. Advancing squarely towards the saluting dice is the mass band. The mass band of parade today comprises personnel of the Nigerian Armed Forces and the Nigerian Police Force. The band is commanded by Squadron Leader Amos Adeyinka Oloduje, the Assistant Director of Music, Headquarters Nigerian Air Force. He is assisted by Captain Kennedy Bua of the Nigerian Army and Lieutenant Commander Emmanuel Oluwole Ajayi of the Nigerian Navy and Deputy Superintendent of Police Abdurazak Mohammed. There are 6 guards on parade this morning, and each guard has a guard commander, 2 sub-guard commanders, and a strength of 48 personnel. As we can see, the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, riding on a Sudanese build ox named GMP, is approaching the saluting dice to pay compliment to the special guest of honor. His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. And behind the parade commander is parade second in command, Lieutenant Commander Kuzayat Yali Kaza, riding a Bola breed ox named Yaya, after the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yaya, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. We shall now begin by taking a quick look at various guards on parade. The number 1 guard is commanded by Major Hamza Yakubu Isa. The left sub-guard commander is Captain Jamil Ma Isa. The right sub-guard commander is Captain Steslin Folari Sikiru. And the conducting warrant officer behind the guard is Warrant Officer Abubakar Mani. That is number 1 guard paying compliment right now. And marching closely behind number 1 guard is number 2 guard, which is commanded by Major Dora Oluwafumilola Dayola. Colonel Ibrahim Shankar. And the Rise of Guard commander is Captain Olaide Ebolua Ogumola. The conducting warrant officer behind number 2 guard is warrant officer Elechi Faith.
Thank you.
Marching closely behind number 2 guard is number 3 guard, which is commanded by Major Benjamin Toruwa Adoka. The left of guard commander is Captain Abdulkadir Sanusi Rijiki. And to the right is Captain Buadu Danladi. Warrant officer Rudolfo Ogunmamelu is the conducting warrant officer behind number 3 guard. Closely following number 3 guard is the color party. As earlier mentioned, there are 4 colors on parade today, and these colors are carried by commissioned officers known as ensigns to the colors. The ensigns to the national color is Captain Chief Success Inand. The ensign to the regimental color of the Nigerian Army is Captain Jafar Jajere Mohammed. The ensign to the naval regimental color is Navy Lieutenant Okereke Philip Apelu, while the ensign to the regimental color of the Air Force is Flight Lieutenant Okaka Ogene Umosu. Shall we please rise as a mark of respect to the color? Officers and warrant officers in uniform are expected to salute. We also have escort to the colors and parade regimental sergeant majors as part of the component of color parties. Behind national regimental color of the Nigerian Army is Master Warrant Officer Victoria Unisa. Behind Nigerian Navy color is Master Warrant Officer Edeje Samuel. And behind Nigerian Air Force color is Master Warrant Officer Hussein Yikita. Paying compliment right now is number 4 guard, which is commanded by Lieutenant Commander Tomilayo Lukman Dali. The left of that commander is Navy Lieutenant Emmanuel Chukwemeka Oji. And the right of that commander is Navy Lieutenant Paul Ebu. The conducting warrant officer behind the guard is Warrant Officer Okwer ABK. Now paying compliments is number 5 guard, commanded by Squadron Leader Gifts Chiamaka NMI. The left of that commander is Flight Lieutenant Samuel Chiamaka Abe. And the right of that commander is Flight Lieutenant Shehu Owolabi Ajotumobi. The conducting warrant officer behind the guard is Warrant Officer Mohammed Suraju. The last guard, which is number 6 guard, is commanded by Superintendent of Police Aminu Shuaibu Indabawa. The left of that commander is Deputy Superintendent of Police Abdul Magaji Ese. And the right of that commander is Deputy Superintendent of Police Abdullah Sadat. The conducting warrant officer behind police guard is Inspector Sunday Danlami. And behind the last guard, which is number 6 guard, is the parade adjutant, Squadron Leader Osman Babasambo, riding on a horse named Umar, after the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Aminu Mohammed Umar. May I once again please request that when the color parties marches towards your seating position, you are please expected to rise as a mark of respect to the color. Officers and warrant officers in uniform are expected to salute. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, mon lieutenant. Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous voyez, nous sommes toujours à Yégospéa après avoir témoigné la prestation des serments au bureau président du Nigeria, le président Bola Ahmed Tíñubu. Comme vous voyez, mesdames et messieurs, nous avons 6 gardes en parade ce matin et le commandant de parade est toujours en avant avec, il est sur son cheval. Les autres officiers sont sur parade et vraiment c'est une activité kaléidoscopique et vraiment cela indique, il annonce une nouvelle ère dans la disposition du Nigeria. Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous voyez, le premier garde est commandé par le capitaine Man Issa et le commandant Moussa Hamza Yakou. La deuxième garde est commandée par monsieur mon commandant Olufoumi Dola. Troisième garde est commandée. Non, il y a trois.
Well, what a colorful, glorious moment there. I mean, looking at, our services, our soldiers, and the policemen, and the various arms of, the Nigerian Armed Forces marching past. You feel like you want to take off your suit and go and enroll and wear beautiful uniform. But we've seen the inspection of the parade by the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, and also the march past, quick march past, slow march past by various arms of the Nigerian security establishment. Well, we now go to the airport where we have our correspondent Mary Chinda reporting from the airport as the arrival of former President Muhammadu Buhari is still being expected at the Abuja airport. Hi, Mary Chinda. Well, good to see you. Has the president arrived or is still on his way? And what is the situation there at the Abuja airport?
Okay, we expect the president. But it is worthy to note that one of the presidential planes has already carried his some of his family members to Daura, where they're expected to be resting, of course, after this 8 years of serving the country. However, the First Lady, the former First Lady Aisha Buhari, is actually here as well. She's awaiting her husband, and that plane over there is going to be taking the president, the outgoing president, to Katsina, where he is billed to be received by, of course, family members. But in company of the outgoing president today is a plethora of ministers who had actually served in his government, from the outgoing minister for humanitarian affairs to the for labor and others as well. Of course, the two spokespersons have also been spotted here. Both Garba Shehu and of course Additional have also been spotted here. I was just trying to get a feel from the outgoing Minister for Humanitarian Affairs about what it really felt like to serve in the government. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Okay, just very quick one. When I was there, it was under me. Okay, just very quick one, as I was saying before we went on air. What exactly did it feel like serving under the outgoing President Muhammad Buhari?
Well, let me start by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for bringing us to this date and for the opportunity given to us. And secondly, to also express my profound appreciation to His Excellency President Muhammad Buhari for the trust that he has restored in me or on me to serve in his cabinet. Well, serving under His Excellency President Muhammad Buhari is a great honor and a great privilege. And this is a leader whom we all very much respect and we all very much cherish. And he has exhibited such a high sense of leadership quality that once he assigns you with a job or with a responsibility, he has that trust in you for you to discharge your responsibility in the best way that you are supposed to do it. So it's a great privilege and it's a great honor serving under his administration.
Do you have any hopes or expectations of the incoming president? I mean, Bola Ahmed Tíñubu has just been sworn in as the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Well, of course, I have this high hope in the administration of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, because he has demonstrated that while he was governor of Lagos State, and he's a great leader. So we expect much from him, and inshallah, he's going to do his best. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. That was the outgone Minister for Humanitarian Affairs right there. I mean, expressing gratitude for having the opportunity to serve the country in the capacity that she had. And we're also being joined by another minister. Now, tell me, Ma, you had an opportunity as a woman to serve under the outgone leadership of the former president. Now, tell me, what exactly was the feel, especially for you as a woman? I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about the 35% affirmative action for women and all of that.
Yes, it was a very fulfilling experience. I started off as the executive secretary of BITAT when we won the elections. Then I went on to be the Minister of State of the Environment and the Minister of State of the Niger Delta Affairs. I see this as the fulfillment of the dreams that we all had in 2015 for President Muhammadu Buhari to come into power. And he has fulfilled that dream. And today is the end of it. But we are glad that we're transiting, and we have transited very well into another government of which I have very high hopes of excelling.
All right, thank you so much, Mal. Oh, well, I mean, that is what it actually is. But in a couple of minutes, we're going to be having the outgone president, the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, who's also billed to be inspecting the Guard Brigade right there. And then, of course, head home to Katsina State, where he has said he's going to be spending a lot of time with his cows and all of that, you know, as he is retiring.
Thank you very much, Mary Chinda. Great job there, giving us the opportunity to hear from Shadia Umar Farouk CON, outgone minister, and also Sharon Ikeazo, outgone Minister of State for Niger Delta. We go back to the Eagle Square to continue with the proceedings.
May I also inform our distinguished guests not to panic at the sound of the firing of 21 gun salute, for it is the sound of freedom of our great nation, Nigeria. As earlier mentioned, number 1, 2, 3 guard is provided by the Nigerian Army. Number 4 guard is provided by the Nigerian Navy. 5 guard provided by the Nigerian Air Force. And number 6 guard provided by the Nigerian Police Corps. Permit me at this moment, Your Excellency, to hand over the microphone to Captain Godfrey Anebiabapa to continue with the commentary.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Odunayo Olopudana and Mr. Mohamed Tijani for the commentary so far. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, a still event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, where activities climaxing the presidential inauguration, a swearing-in ceremony of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. We witnessed a while ago the various guards marching in slow, quick time, having paid compliment to the special guest of honor. A short while from now, will revert back to their positions, come to halt by numbers, beginning with the number 1 guard. That particular aspect of the parade of this magnitude is one that will be thrilling and exciting to our audiences, both here and those viewing from their TV screen at home. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, permit me to hand over the microphone to Group Captain Enali to guide us through the air display by the Nigeria Air Force.
Thank you very much, Captain Ababa. Guests of honor, sir, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, I warmly and heartily welcome you all to the aerial display segment of this ceremony. 5 aircraft types from the Nigerian Air Force Inventory are performing in today's aerial display. The first aircraft was the Augusta 109, which you saw, proudly displaying the national colors during the hoisting of the national and defense flags. The crew comprised Squadron Leader Larry Azzi, Flight Lieutenant Shaibu and Ariola. Helicopter operates out of 405 Helicopter Training Group Enugu. Unit commanded by Wing Commander Deji Umokunga. Tasked with the conduct of advanced combat training for NAV helicopter pilots. The remaining 4 aircraft performing will be in the following order. F7 call sign Tiger. Super Tucano call sign Phantom. L39 call sign Cobra. And the JF-17 will call sign Thunder. The Nigerian Air Force was established to provide the full complement of forces to enhance the Nigerian military posture. This was born out of observations made by Nigerian Army personnel during peace support operations on the need for airlift capability. Nigerian Air Force at 59 today has indeed come of age and matured into a formidable fighting force, highly capable of applying air power in pursuit of national security imperative. Accordingly, today's aerial display will be performed by pilots and crews of the most extensively tested and probably the best air force in this region of the world. On display today will be the professionalism group of airmen and airwomen. The display today is a mark of appreciation as well as a pledge of unalloyed loyalty to the constituted chain of command. To start off the aerial display today is the F7NI with call sign Tiger. This aircraft is piloted by 101 Air Defense Group Makodi, unit commanded by Group Captain MB Mwazu. Distinguished guests, please cast your attention to the 3 o'clock position to acquire the Tiger as it comes for an afterburner pass. May also crave your indulgence not to panic at the Tiger's roar. This sound of freedom is a nightmare to terrorists and bandits, but it's also Ladies and gentlemen, the Tiger. The red-hot flames at the tail of the aircraft are the result of the afterburners, which act to increase the thrust of the aircraft and allow it to generate a very high rate of turn. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this agile interceptor of your beloved Nigerian Air Force. F7 is a supersonic fighter interceptor aircraft with the primary role of defending the territorial airspace of Nigeria. Since its induction in the Nigerian Air Force in 2010, has played a vital role in defending the nation. Next is the Phantom formation, comprising 3 Super Tucano aircraft which operate out of 407 Air Combat Training Group Kainji. The lead aircraft, we have Squadron Leader Kabir Usman and Wing Commander James Santiago Bako, the unit commander. Number 2 is being flown by Squadron Leaders Festus Oga and Dr. Super Hastro. While in number 3, we have Squadron Leader Zaki Getto and Flying Officer Moses Kasam. The Phantom formation will execute a Desi-8 maneuver and an echelon turn to set up for a bombers maneuver overhead the arena. Super Tucano was inducted into the Nigerian Air Force in 2021. It's a light attack aircraft manufactured by Sierra Nevada Corporation, United States of America, in partnership with Embraer Defense and Security Company of Brazil. So far, the aircraft has performed exceptionally in combat operations across various theaters to ensure the security of our dear nation.
Well, former President Muhammadu Buhari has now arrived at the Abuja airport on his way to Daura, Katsina State. Earlier on, Mary Chinda told us that the plane is waiting. An advanced aircraft had already taken members of his family to Daura. And now the former president with his spouse, Adia Aisha Buhari, there at the airport and saying goodbye to the officers who are at the airport to see him off. And after that, well, the next reception will be in Daura. Before he leaves now, there will be, also goodbye to the guards that are there, maybe that had been done earlier. But this is the final departure as the 15th President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Many ministers there. We can see Dr. Chris Ngige. Earlier on, we heard from Minister of State Niger Delta, Sharon Ikeazo, and also from the Minister of, former Minister, I must say, of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster and Social Development, Sadia Umar Farouk, CON. Well, quite a long queue of officers there as the president heads towards the aircraft. That every good thing that has a beginning must also come to an end. And there it is there. It's taking, receiving pleasantries. And, these are officers of the Air Force, seeing of the president. Now, he's going to go to the days just to take the salute from that, lineup of guards. They must be from, I guess, from the Brigade of Guards to see off the former Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. There, yes, he goes to the podium, and then he waves by to the guards. Okay, that done. Yes, he didn't go onto that podium. An indication that power has changed. And there is his ADC, former ADC, going with him, carrying the old military colors that were handed over to the ADC, the defense flag, and also the flag of Nigeria. As the president also, a lineup of ministers there. We could see Garuba Shehu there, and other ministers. Minister of the FCT is also on that lineup. All of them probably saying thank you, sir. And that is the Chief of Staff, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, who has also done a great job. And the Vice President is also at the airport. Former Vice President, also at the airport, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, to see off his principal, his boss, as he gets into the aircraft. He will turn and wave to everybody, and that's bye for now. See you later, Nigeria.
All right, that's the end of an era. That's it. President Muhammadu Buhari enters the aircraft en route to Daura, the end of an era with his ADC, and everybody, bidding him farewell that served with President Muhammadu Buhari. This is the second time one of those few Nigerians that got a chance to have a stab at it twice.
Yes.
But in the military khaki and also as a civilian elected president. So I think we'll just wait while they prepare the flight, the plane to fly. And then once it gets airborne, they will say, truly, it's been the end of an era.
Truly symbolic. This day must come for every elected president when they will bid goodbye and perhaps reflect on how well they served the Nigerian people. But it's instructive to see that he's had quite a number of people turn up for him at the airport to say thank you and farewell, led by the Vice President or former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo.
And this is symbolically also the last, flight in the presidential plane, by former President Muhammadu Buhari. As former president.
Former presidents, if they have to go on an assignment, they could ask the office of the NSA to release, any of the aircraft.
But this is the last flight he's going to take.
But this is not the main aircraft. This is not the code sign NA1. This is a smaller aircraft in the fleet. And it will return to Abuja after dropping him off immediately.
Definitely. I mean, you don't take it away like people have the habit of taking away government property. It doesn't have to be parked in Daura. It goes back to Abuja. And please, that's also instructive for other government officials to not to take pots, spoons, pans, away. It's really important. Not even take matchbox away.
Not even pillowcases.
Pillowcases.
Some people made away with pillowcases, we were told. But, that doesn't happen at the presidential level. Never at the presidential level.
Well, Ruben, when this plane eventually takes off and lands in Katsina, I think there will be celebration. Because the last time a son of Katsina State was president, he did not arrive home alive. So Umaru Yar'Adua, who was president there, of course, in 2007, he came into office but he did not go home alive. Today, President Buhari is boarding that plane alive and is going back to his people. There will be celebration in Katsina. Of course, there will be celebration in Daura, his homestead.
Really important one.
Well,
so I think everything will be clear for flight now.
I'm sure that there will be a lot more today that, we'll be witnessing. The ceremony at the Eagle Square is still ongoing. And, the door to the aircraft has been shut. So that aircraft is likely to start moving shortly. You could see that the president is accompanied by a few persons. That's how it is done, to follow him home. Some of them will spend 2 days or 3 days, and then, of course, everybody will start their life afresh. That's how it is.
End of an era. Well, all right, I think pretty much that's about it for our own broadcast here, our telecast here. Our colleagues will come in afterwards, and you have 2 pictures there. And
still,
okay.
The parade is still ongoing at Eagle Square, but still to come, we would have the air display by the Nigeria Air Force, cultural troop display. The inaugural speech is another item on the program that a number of people are looking forward. His first speech as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu.
Well, we have images there from the parade ground. The special coverage of the inauguration will continue with Rotus Odiri, Temitope Fagbemi, and Rolake Akinkunbe Filani. They'll be here to take you through the afternoon session of our coverage. Stay with us. It's still the Arise News channel.
Of our air defense system. Aircraft will execute a 360 degrees march turn after borders. Hereafter set up for victory rolls overhead. JF-17 is one of the most recently acquired aircraft in the Nigerian Air Force inventory, having been inducted in 2021. Aircraft was manufactured as a joint venture between Pakistan Aeronautic Complex and Chengdu Aircraft Industries of China. It's a 4.5 generation supersonic multi-role fighter aircraft possessing excellent air-to-air and air-to-surface capability. The aircraft is now setting up to perform victory rolls overhead this arena. Execution of the victory roll, thunder salutation to our special guest of honor.
together.
The drumming of an army. The steady sorting ways.
Symbolize the Nigerian
heart.
flag and colors of the tribe.
This is Nigeria. This is my motherland.
As you can see, an array of aesthetics, synchronized display, and Afro dancers.
Tíñubu, do solemnly swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability and faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interests to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So,
all right, it's official. Bola Tíñubu has been sworn in as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the largest economy in Africa. Good afternoon and welcome to Arise News. You're still watching a special coverage of the 2023 inauguration ceremony here in Nigeria. I am Rutis Odiri.
And I'm Rolake Akinkubefelani. Yes, Bola Tíñubu becomes the 16th president of the largest economy in Africa.
And Temi Tokwe Fagbemi will also bring you activities from across the states of the Federation where fresh hands have taken the baton while others retain the seat for another 4 years. Stay tuned as we give you blow-by-blow account of the unfolding activities. Our special inauguration coverage continues right now.
Bola Tíñubu and Kashim Shettima have been sworn in as President and Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tíñubu becomes the 16th President of the nation. They were sworn in on Monday, if that's today, not too long ago, at the Eagle Square in the Federal Capital Territory. The oath of office was administered by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, in the presence of former President Muhammadu Buhari and family members. First to take the oath of office was Vice President Kashim Shettima.
I, Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability and faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 5th schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, do solemnly swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
Office and sign deadlines confirming him as the new president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
C'est le moment historique. Maintenant, la prestation du serment par son excellence.
All right, and there you have it. History in the making. Lots of cheers and applause from the audience at Eagle Square, the onlookers. Timitokwa and Rolake, how are you guys taking in what we're seeing today?
Well, I think it's a mixed bag, actually. You know, a lot of people are obviously happy. It's a new dawn. We have a new president. But then for those that were not too happy with the outcome of the election, I'm sure they will also have their doubts and reservation about what's happening here. But nevertheless, no matter how anybody feels, I mean, it's official. Nigeria has a new president. You know, it's President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, 71 years old, and he has promised to hit the ground running. So we can only be hopeful and optimistic that indeed, you know, Nigeria will be better off under his administration.
Indeed, as Temitope said, you know, if you listen to his swearing-in speech there and some of the pledges and oaths he made, it's all about unity, calling the nation together, regardless of your political beliefs or where you stand on that spectrum. Now the work of rebuilding Nigeria and moving the country forward has started, and it's quite a grand occasion. I mean, even if you're not in Eagle Square today, you kind of sense that this is a potential crossroads for Nigeria. If you look at the economic stats, if you look at how the key metrics are doing across the economy, it's a tall order. He's had quite the pedigree. You know, he's been a public servant in the past, so I'm sure he will understand some of what it will take, but don't let's underplay the seriousness and weight of the economic challenges that Nigeria faces, even as we view these colorful displays, as you've seen, quite a grand occasion there. But it's not lost on anybody watching these things that the task and the road ahead will be very long and challenging. And I think if you're a Nigerian, one of the big things you ride on is hope.
Indeed.
Hope for a better economic future.
Indeed, indeed. And I think, how do we define hit the ground running? Is it, do we need to basically see his economic team as quickly as possible?
Well, definitely. I guess that's part of hitting the ground running, but then there were also some issues that he spoke about, probably the issue of removing all subsidy. I'm sure people will be waiting to see, what policy direction his administration will be taking in the next couple of days.
Yeah, that fuel subsidy, there's a countdown already. So I think he's got 30 days in June, and we're 2 days away from the month. So he's got 32 days. So the clock is ticking now as to whether or not he removes those fuel subsidies. And I guess, Rolake, I think, will that be an indicator of how serious he's taking things and a message to the country if he yanks those subsidies, as he promised during the campaign, says, regardless of the protest, I'm taking those subsidies out. You think that will be a marker to tell the economy, to tell, I guess, foreign investors, Nigerians, that I'm serious about moving us forward?
Well, I'm not necessarily sure, because if you see the timeline that was set for the fuel subsidy removal, it was set as part of the budget that was announced by the previous administration. And there's nothing to say that this new administration will stick to that timetable. The fuel subsidy is such a big issue. It's a mammoth of a drain on Nigerians' overall revenue pot. So any government coming in, and of course this new administration, probably will need to look at a more phased approach. I know markets were expecting, kind of a cold turkey in a sense, yanking it off. But I think if you look at what it will take to set Nigeria back on the path of sustainable economic growth, we have to look at all the issues surrounding the subsidy and all the other, join the dots in terms of the macroeconomic drivers and investment that's needed in boosting this economy.
Temi Tokwe, you're seeing the cultural displays on screen. You're seeing the dancers, the man on stilts that's about 13 feet tall, the horses, the somersaults. Insecurity, I don't tie this in here because Nigeria's culture is supposed to attract visitors, and this is all very pleasing to the eye. President Tíñubu has said that insecurity is his #1 priority. It's on page 1 of his manifesto. Temi Tokwe, how important is it that he gets the security for Nigeria right, so we can get more people
it's
visiting?
really very important, and I'm sure that security right now at the Eagle Square is very watertight, but once the inauguration is over, definitely he knows he has his work cut out for him. You'll recall that there were so many security breaches under the last administration. We even had the president's convoy targeted, so definitely he knows he cannot sit down, and fold his arms, Definitely he has a lot of work cut out for him. He'll need to be meeting with the service chiefs. He'll need to be, rejigging the security architecture of the country, putting the right people in the right places, making good policies, equipping the army, like he has said, boosting their capacity, more manpower, more training. Really, he has a lot of work, to do. And I'm sure, that he's going to, hopefully, he will start as soon as possible, and then we'll get the results. But then sometimes I wonder too, because I quite remember that the vice president, the now vice president said it at that time, that he would be in charge of security and the president would be in charge of the economy. So I'd really like to see how that dynamic, will work out. I'm really looking forward to that.
That's a very good point. Rolake, decentralizing, or rather, a disaggregation of duties, right? Spreading them out across the team. If Shettima is going to take on security, President Tíñubu is going to take on the economy. As far as his team is concerned, do you hope that the portfolios and the assignments that are given to each member, so whether it's his cabinet, his ministry, and so on and so forth, will be taken on with a serious duty for each of them that's assigned?
Yes, Tíñubu the President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu has been known to identify talent. I mean, that's one of the big things that he's leveraged coming into this role. So there are high expectations that he will appoint people with specific expertise from the immediate team around him. And it was interesting to note, actually, that the former vice president now, Yemi Osinbajo, drove specific areas of policy, the energy transition plan, the PEBEC, Presidential and Naval Business Environment Council. So it'd be interesting to see that Shettima probably will have a huge leaning on security, which is something we've been hearing. Of course, Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, somebody who's been in the private sector, it would make sense that a lot of the economic management responsibility would circle around the presidency. But we also have to look forward to see the cabinet makeup. Of course, we know politically there's a federal character requirement, but beyond that, I think you can assume that some people who've been very heavily involved in his campaign, in building his manifesto, in terms of the economic agenda, will probably feature strongly, if not as ministers, as special advisors and as technical advisors. So that is an area that we hope will really be strong, because that will also send a signal to foreign investors and even the stakeholders externally, the IMF, the World Bank, that the new president will be negotiating, hopefully, Nigeria's debt with, because that is obviously a big issue.
The debts. In fact, so yeah, speaking of the debts, look, before we get to that, Temitope, you mentioned earlier that, look, be that as it may, with folks that may not be happy with what's going on, how important is it to move forward? Now, this keeping in mind, Temitope, that we've still got an existing court tribunal going on with respect to the outcome of the election. How do you balance that, Tim? How do we balance that? Or how does the country balance that with the need to everybody to come together and move forward?
Well, I think this rests, solely on the shoulders, of the president and his team. I would very much love to see his aides, his special advisors. They really need to tone down their rhetoric. The election is over. President Tíñubu has won. He's been sworn in, even though the election, the election dispute is yet to be resolved, at the courts. But I would very much like him, to show strong leadership on this matter. Let him start with his aides. Let him start with his advisors. Let them, temper their tone, their speech, tone down the rhetoric. And then at the end of the day, just let justice be served. And of course, he has to reach out to the opposition. And I know that he did that. We're aware that he met with Kwankwan. So even though, we don't really have much details of that meeting. So hopefully he would also reach out to, other opposition candidates that contested against him. And whatever the court decides at the end of the day, there's no doubt that Nigeria just has to move on. Right now, those that are celebrating are doing it with a bit of, cautious optimism, because everybody knows, Nigeria right now is in dire straits, and we need to move forward. We need sound leadership, sound policies, and, quick results. That's what is going to benefit everybody.
I want us to touch on the delegations that are in attendance, because I don't know what do we think about what the various delegations from around the world, from the United States, from Kenya, from other parts of the world, what does it say? Or like, I think it says that Nigeria's place in the world, in Africa, is very, very important. But to see all these delegations from around the globe attending this today, what does it say about where we are and how important this moment is?
Yes, I think you said it, Rotas. Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. You can't take away that fact from the country, regardless of its economic challenges. People often say when Nigeria sneezes, the rest of the continent catches a cold. So every single African head of state, head of government, economic leaders of the various multilateral banks have a vested interest in Nigeria's economic success. And we saw that throughout. We even saw the AFDB president, Adeshino, who's been in Nigeria now for quite a few days, notwithstanding he himself is a Nigerian and a former cabinet minister. So Nigeria does matter, regardless of what people might think. The other important thing is continental leadership around key global challenges. We always say Africa has to present a united front. And the strength of African leadership, look at countries like Nigeria, look at Kenya, look at South Africa, Ghana, some of the big North African economies. You need strong leadership within the region so that Africa can take its seat at the global table. And I think we saw that in the run-up to the inauguration, where the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, went overseas to have conversations, to have interactions with people who have an interest in Nigeria's development, investors who want to invest here. The continent is bigger together. So Nigeria really has a critical role to play. Let's look at some of the multilateral initiatives like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The Dangote refinery, which is come on stream, is going to serve the West Africa region. Mm-hmm. So of course, stakeholders in the ECOWAS region as well have an interest in Nigeria's economic trajectory. And of course, its political trajectory, because political stability is absolutely key as an anchor for economic growth.
Indeed. There is so much that the president has on his plate. What's the mindset of Nigerians? Let me talk, like, for example, if the average Nigerian is taking all this in as they're watching this live, Eagle Square, Rise News, what are the expectations of the average? I really want everybody to touch on this here, because are we expecting too much because of everything that is before President Tíñubu that he has to attend to? Do we have any low-hanging fruits? Temitope, what do you think? From the people that you've spoken to, what do you think the expectations of Nigerians are? Do you think they're wanting to solve heaven and earth in 4 years?
Like I said before, I think it's cautious optimism. Nigerians have been, burnt badly in the past, so they are not all out there, believing that he's the Messiah Nigeria needs, like what we had in 2015. But then at the same time, like I said, Nigerians, they live on hope, we thrive on hope, so there's this cautious optimism that he will perform better. There's this cautious optimism that under his administration, even if others are not benefiting, I'll benefit, using a little bit of faith, and some prayers in between. But then I don't think we are expecting too much, because he promised quite a lot. So if we are to hold him, to his words, if we are to hold him to his manifesto, then he has a lot that he has to deliver, concerning the economy, concerning security, concerning education, ending ASU strike, the never-ending ASU strike, concerning the healthcare, stopping the doctor's strike, so many things, So he promised a lot, and Nigerians expect him to deliver, which I really don't think, is too much. Meanwhile, what we're looking at on the screen right now is former Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. He's at the airport now, probably going back to his home state after serving the nation, for 8 years. He's making a speech, at the airport right now.
Yeah, and the vice president, Rolake, he did a lot on tech, right? You remember when he traveled to Silicon Valley? He was taking pictures with the CEO of Microsoft. He was, he sat in place of when the president had health matters he had to go take care of. I remember him passing the 2017, the Movable Asset Registry, and I think a collateral act that allowed people to be able to use portable assets to get loans and stuff. He's done quite a bit. How do you think Nigerians are going to look back on Professor Yemi Osinbajo? Actually,
say that it's also a great thing indeed that we have the 7th democratic transition, and to say that we must be vigilant. Democracy cannot be taken for granted, and the mere fact that we've had 7 does not mean that there are no possibilities of things going all right. So I think it's important that we keep our eyes open. Vigilance is always is the watchword with respect to democracy. But I'm confident that our democracy will thrive and the rule of law will be sustained in our country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What do you think about
Thank you.
the new
Thank
president,
you.
sir?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, so there's the vice president who was talking about the rule of law and democracy. But I mean, Temitope and Rolake, Nigeria has been stable, right? Since the turnover to democracy in '99, we've had successive peaceful handovers of power. Yeah, a couple skirmishes in 2011 or so, but generally, and of course, 2003, 2007. But generally, we've been stable. So a lot of the leaders, a lot of them keep talking about democracy. They keep talking about rule of law. But should Osinbajo have been talking more about the economy? You think?
Well, first of all, we also have to put in context that this is a lawyer. This is a man who has built his entire career on the legal profession. So, of course, the rule of law and democracy is quite central. These are pillars of those disciplines. But the vice president did push quite a lot on, former vice president now, actually, we should say, did push quite a lot on the economic reforms. One of the areas he tried to focus on was the business environment reforms. That particular office and initiative was domiciled in the office of the vice president. Yeah. And we know that when the PEBEC initiative started, Nigeria did move up a few times in the rankings on the Doing Business report, not as far as some would like to go, but we did see some mild gains in terms of the ease of business registration. However, some would argue that those reforms didn't go far enough. The other economic aspect or sector area of focus that he did actually champion was the energy transition plan. This was around ensuring solar for residential, 25 million Nigerians, 25 million homes to be powered by solar. Of course, we know the power sector was one of his big areas of focus. Nigeria's power sector is a mammoth of a challenge for anybody, even the most astute expert and professional. So, you know, he did dabble quite significantly in some economic policy reforms, and it remains to be seen how many of those will be consolidated and built on. And of course, as we have talked about before, whether the current VP will sort of continue in the same line or focus on other things that are his area of strength. But look, at the end of the day, given the scale of Nigeria's challenges, I don't think we can expect because someone is a vice president, they will have a specific portfolio. As we said, I think the new president will look at the skills and talent base of his team and hopefully allocate those roles and responsibilities appropriately. Because honestly, Nigeria, what we need now is to join hands together to the work of rebuilding the economy. And we talked about young people. I mean, youth unemployment,
53%.
You know, 53%.
Oh my.
That is huge for the world's biggest Black economy. You know, that is a huge amount of employment. So we need to do more to build youth enterprise, to enable startups, to enable innovation and entrepreneurship in this economy, because SMEs will also be an important driver of that system. Yes, there he is, getting into the plane and going into his home state.
He's waving goodbye. He's done. That's it.
That's the end of an era.
The plane is leaving. Okay, I'm not going to say anything about Nigeria.
But we see the white and green stripes there.
Leave Nigeria Air alone. Temi Tokwe, how do you think there was
the Nigerian Air Force, by the way?
Okay, Nigerian Air Force. There we go. Thank you. So it's not Nigerian Air. But there was a gentleman with a yellow sign in black letters that said, "Best VP ever," and he was smiling from ear to ear and waving the sign as former Vice President Osibanjo. We're going to have to get used to this as he was leaving. How do you think he feels? Do you think he feels accomplished with his last 8 years as he departs? I know he's going to feel, you know, how do you think? What do you think?
My personal opinion now, definitely, I think he should feel, you know, he should feel very fulfilled.
Yeah.
At a point, he was actually the most visible face, you know, of the administration.
Right,
you know,
right.
And some people have even described him as the best president Nigeria never had. You know, so definitely, I think he should feel fulfilled, even though, like Rolake said, you know, some of the policies that he put in place or some of the parastatals that he headed, you know, we didn't get as much results as we would have desired, you know. We didn't get what we really wanted. But then he also did a lot of things, you know. I can talk about the NPower, the trader money, you know, so many other things, even though people, of course, critics will always have one thing or the other to say.
Right.
But I think he really tried his best, you know. And you recall also that when we were having insecurity issues, he was always traveling, you know, condoling with people. At a point, they were even calling him the consoler-in-chief, you know. But when you're talking of, did he do his work? Yes, he did it. Did he show empathy to the Nigerian people? Yes, he did. You know, I could go on and on. So I think, yes, he should feel fulfilled. He tried his best.
There was that viral video of Peter Obi speaking with, I can't remember who it was, but he was saying that, well, if the APC wanted to put the country together, they should have put Vice President Osibanjo forward. So I guess that's part of the whole groundswell of how he performed while he was in office. Rolake, what about you? I mean, you mentioned PEBEC, for instance, and we got to talk about the ease of doing business because we're tying this into foreign investment, which was under his portfolio. That's former Vice President Osibanjo. You mentioned us inching upwards in the rankings, but I think we're 131st out of 190 according to the World Bank for 2022. Do you think he's fulfilled? You think he feels like he did his part, he ran his race?
Well, I think in terms of the stewardship part, he probably does feel fulfilled. You know, I'd like to think he put some really great minds, and we have to mention Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, who actually led PEBEC and is another seasoned expert who was very much focused on ensuring that she could deliver the results.
What do you make of that sign? Thank you, security agencies.
The bombs could have gone off.
Well, yeah.
We should be happy.
Indeed, and of course, we just saw the parade from the various parts of the armed forces. So we also have to thank our armed forces, you know, because security, if you're trying to build an economy, security is a key driver of the stability you need. So that can't be downplayed. But going back to the issue of the doing business issue of Nigeria, the reality is one of the biggest impediment to growth for businesses is power, right? We
correct.
know the stats that SMEs, for instance, are spending 30 to 40% of their overheads on a monthly basis on electricity. So yes, we moved forward in the rankings around registrations and the bureaucracy and cutting the red tape and making it easier for businesses to set up. But some of the other issues that challenge the business environment go beyond the work of PEBEC, right? They're actually structural, they're around infrastructure. So Nigeria could have moved further up in those rankings, actually, if some of those other issues were addressed, because they impact how much businesses devote to other areas. But I think one has to applaud the strategic focus on specific programs, such as PEVEC, such as the transition plan, such as some of the other technology, the Startup Act or some of the other technology initiatives that were implemented. And really, we have to get a sense pretty soon of where the key priority of this administration will lie. So I think it is going to be incumbent on the new president and his government to ensure that we have a feel quickly, early into the months and weeks of this new administration, of what the key priorities will lie. And there's a whole laundry list, right? And we can talk about that laundry list.
For 3 hours.
For 3 hours. Fuel subsidies, the power sector, road infrastructure, transportation, agriculture, education, investment in health and education. So I think those areas are going to be top of mind for the majority of Nigerians. And of course, job creation and employment. Let's look at the poverty stats for Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the most populous countries in the world. By 2050, our population will be nearing 300 million. Wow. That is according to statistics. Do we want an increase in the number of unemployed youth, in the poverty metrics for the country? Those are some of the issues that we need very clear signals early on as to what direction and what reforms will help us move the needle on those pressing issues.
And then look at those dignitaries there. On the left, Mele Kyari, who of course an NPCL head CEO, MD CEO. To his right, I think that was Benedict Orama, Afrexim Bank. Yeah. Behind him was Godwin Emefiele, CBN governor in his green tie. And I think to Godwin Emefiele's left was the chair of UBA, chair of UBA, Harris Holdings, Transcorp, Mr. Tony Elumelu. So lots of dignitaries. But they're all male. I gotta ask this, both of you. Timmy, so let's start with you, right? That's because I'm anchored by two women in this studio right now. And Rolake just mentioned Jumoke Oduwole, who of course was the head of PEBEC. We had Zainab Ahmed, of course, another woman who was in charge of the Ministry of Finance, the Debt Management Office, Patience Oniha, there, the Diaspora Commission. An inclusive government. Timothy, I'll start with you then. Women in the office, the administration. How important is it for Bola Tinubu, President Tinubu, who said he's going to put women in office? How important is it to follow through on that?
Rotus, what do you expect me to say? Of course, it's very important.
Yes.
It's very important, and he just has to deliver. And, I have to, also point out that a lot of women actually drove his campaign. If you're talking about Betta Edu, if you're talking, about Abike Dabiri, these are some of his strong supporters. I could, come up with so many other names. They're not coming to me right now. So definitely I expect to see a lot of women in his campaign. It is important. It is constitutional. They should make up 35%. Hopefully this time around, we would actually get women making up 35% of his cabinet. It will be a first, and it will be good for him. It will be in line with all his campaign promises. So definitely, I expect to see a lot of women in his campaign, in his team, rather, in his cabinet.
Well, I take it you echo those sentiments.
Yes, I echo the sentiments, and it's never really an issue of quotas. It's always an issue of competent women. There's so many competent women across Nigeria, and the thing is not just about the diversity in terms of gender, but the leadership style. We need that diversity and plurality of different leadership styles to help drive and push this government's economic agenda, and I expect that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will probably take that into account, giving some of the powerful women since Nigeria's transition to democracy in 1999. I mean, we can talk about those women. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who's now at the helm of the WTO. Indeed. We had Obi Ozikwesili, who had several portfolios in Obasanjo's administration, and many, many more. You talked about the finance minister, Zainab Ahmed. So there's so many women. We also had Aruma Othe, who is now a scholar scholar at the University of Oxford in the Said Business School. So clearly there is no dearth of female talent, not just in the private sector, but also in the public sector and across our institutions.
Indeed, indeed. So again, live images from Eagle Square in the Federal Capital Territory. We're seeing the military display there. We're seeing the march past, and we've also seen Vice President Osibanjo depart. He was waving goodbye. There was a big sign from one of the individuals there saying best VP ever. We've been reflecting, of course, on the past, but we also have to look forward to the future. And that, of course, is being represented by Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, who, of course, is now Nigeria's new president, inaugurated, as well as Vice President Shettima. They've got a whole laundry list, as Rolake and Temitope have already talked about, ahead of them. There's the displays. You're seeing those live images now from Eagle Square. A whole lot for this administration to look at. All right, we've talked about women. What about youth? I personally would love to see some young people, and I don't know how we're dimensioning youth. Is it under 35 or under 25 to 30? Talk about what about youth? What about seeing youth in this government?
I'm going to actually throw this back to you, Richard, because I'm actually wondering, considering how bitter and how divisive, the election was, and of course, the role that the youths played, and the role that the youth played in the obedient movement. I'm actually wondering how do you see the youth, cooperating or working with this administration?
So I think it is going to depend on, because Labour presidential candidate Peter Obi, the former governor of Anambra State, he put out some tweets. It was either early this morning or yesterday. They were very accommodating. Was saying everybody should come together. We should all prioritize what's important for Nigerians going forward. So his language, Peter Obi's language, is very, very important, as is the language of all the other candidates that are, admittedly still in court right now, which that has to be talked about. But yeah, for the youth and his youth movement, his language is going to be very important. And this is the tricky part, because we touched on this, whether or not President, depending on how the court cases turn out and everything, if they turn out in President Tinubu's favor, there he is. I think we're going to get his speech. His speech is next. He's wearing a green cap on top of his white agbada there as he goes to review what's going on. Yeah, but for youth, there he is going up the stairs, accompanied by military personnel. I think we're about to get his speech. This is good. What do you guys expect from this speech? He's going to lay out his thoughts for the country and where he's going to go. Will he maybe mention fuel subsidies being removed from his speech? What do you think?
I don't know whether he will go to that level of detail. He does need to be strategic. He needs to cut the image of a unifying figure, a leader who is in control, who's in charge. He will thank Nigerians for the opportunity to lead. Let's listen to what he has to say.
The backbone was dead. The respected highly commendable president and former president of Nigeria departed for his home base. My regards to him, all the excellency, the head of state, president, and leaders of various countries, dear president. Former head of state, a great man, committed, highly honest to the development of this country, General Yakubu. My dear wife, the new First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu. Your Excellency, Vice President Asif Shettima and his wife, Nana Shettima. Senate President, distinguished Senators Ahmed Lawan, House of Representatives Speaker, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and his wife, Salamat. The Chief Justice of the Federation, Olukayode Ariwola, Your Excellencies, governors, here present, the chairman of our party, APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, former APC interim chairman, Chief Akonde, and my brother, Chief Chegun of Toba. Distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers and members of the just dissolved National Executive, members of diplomatic corps, the royal fathers, men of the armed forces, I salute you for your sacrifices and the supreme sacrifices you've made for this country, for the men and women. We thank you. And we thank you the way today is going well. Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my fellow citizens, I stand before you, honored to assume the sacred mandate you have given me. My love for this nation is abiding. My confidence in its people, unwavering, and my faith in God Almighty is absolute. I know that His hand can provide the needed moral strength and clarity of mind in those instances when even seem afraid the limit of human capacity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this day is bold and majestic, yet bright and full of spirit, as is our precious nation. As a nation, we have long ago decided to march beyond the dimness of night into open day of renewed national hope. The question is, and we must now ask ourselves, is whether to remain faithful to the work inherent in the building of a better society, or retreat into the shadow of our unmet potential. For me, there is but no one answer. There are we are too great a nation, and too grounded as a people to rob ourselves our finest destiny. The nation's journey has been shaped by the prayers of our founding fathers and other millions and the collective sacrifices of us all. We have endured hardship that will have made other societies crumble. We have shouldered the heavy burden to arrive at this sublime moment where the prospect of a better future matches with our improved capacity to create that future. To the surprise of many, but not to ourselves, we have more firmly established this land as a democracy in both word and deed. The peaceful transition from one government to another now is our political tradition. This handover symbolizes our trust in God, our enduring faith in representative governance, and our belief in our ability to reshape this nation into a society it was always meant to be. My brothers and sisters, permit me to say a few words to my predecessor, President Muhammadu Buhari. Mr. President, former. You have been an honest, patriotic leader who has done his best for the nation you love. On a more personal note, you are a worthy partner and a friend, and may history be kind to you. For many years, Nigeria's critics have trafficked that the rumor that our nation will break up, even perish. They have even redesigned the map. Yet we are here. We have stumbled at times, but resilience and diversity have kept us going, and we will keep going. Our body may make us bend at times, but it shall never break us. Instead, we stand firm as Africa's most populous nation and as the best, hope, and strongest champion of the Black race. As a citizen, we declare as one unified people, devoted to one unified nation, national cause, that as long as this world exists, Nigeria shall exist. Take me back to the old man's impact there, General Yakubu Gowon. cliche to give Nigeria one the task that must be done. If you are young or old, you will remember. Today, faith and destiny join together to place the touch of human progress in our very hand. We dare not let it slip. We live high this touch so that it might shine on every household and in every heart that calls itself Nigeria. We hold the beam aloft because it lights our path with compassion, brotherhood, and peace. May this great light never extinguish. Say amen. Our administration will govern you only on your behalf, but never rule over you. We shall consult and dialogue, but never dictate. We shall reach out to all, but never put down a single person for holding view contrary to our own. We are here to further mend and heal this nation, not tear and injure it. In this way, may I offer a few comments regarding the election that brought us here today. So this young. Yes, it was a hard-fought contest and was also fairly won. Since the advent of the Fourth Republic, Nigeria has not had an election of a better quality. I said so. The outcome reflected the will of the people. However, my victory does not render me any more Nigerian than my opponent. Nor does this render them any less patriotic. They shall forever be my fellow compatriots, and I will treat them as such. They represent important constituencies and concerns that wisdom dare not ignore. Some have taken their concerns to court, seeking legal redress. That is their right, and I fully defend that exercise of this right. This is the essence of the rule of law. Over decades ago, our founding fathers bravely gave us this country to place Nigeria on the map of an independent nation. We must never allow the labor of those who came before us to wither in vain, but to blossom and bring forth a better reality. Let us take the next great step. The journey they began and believed in. Today, let us commit ourselves to placing Nigeria in our hearts as the indispensable home for each and every one of us, regardless of creed, ethnicity, or place of birth. My supporters, I thank you. So who did vote for me, I thank you as well. I extend my hand across the political divide. I ask you to grasp the national affinity and brotherhood. For me, political coloration has faded away. All I see here are Nigerians. All of you. May we uphold this vision, an excellent notion as a new Nigeria idea. My fellow citizens, Nigeria ideal, which I speak of, is more than just an improvement in economic and statistics. These things are important, but they can never convey the fullness of our story. Our mission is to improve our ways of life in a manner that nurtures our humanity, encourages compassion towards one another, and duly reward our collective effort to social aid that seek to divide us. Our Constitution gave us a nation on paper. We must work hard at bringing this noble document to life by strengthening the bond of economic collaboration, social cohesion, and cultural understanding. Let us develop a shared sense of fairness and equality. South must not only seek good for itself, but must understand that interest as staff where good come to the north. North must not see the south likewise. Whether from the winding creeks of Niger Delta, the fastness of northern Savannah, the boardroom of Lagos, the building bustling capital of Abuja, as busy market of Onitsha. You are all the people. As your president, I shall serve you with prejudice towards none, but compassion and amity towards all. the coming days and weeks, my team will publicly detail the key aspects of our economic program. Today, permit me to outline in broad terms a few initiatives that define our concept of progressive good governance and furtherance of the Nigerian idea. The principles that will guide our administration are very simple. Nigeria will be impartially governed according to the rule of law, Constitution. We shall defend the nation from terror and all forms of criminality that threaten the peace and stability of our country. We shall remodel our economy to bring our growth and develop the GDP much better, achieve the GDP much better than we have today. I assure you. Do that through job creation, food security, and an end to extreme poverty. In our administration, women and youth will feature prominently. Our government will continue to take proactive steps, such as championing a credit culture, to discourage corruption while strengthening the effectiveness and efficiency of various anti-corruption agencies. That's to be a continued work in progress. Security shall be top priority of our administration, because neither prosperity nor justice can prevail amid insecurity and violence. To effectively tackle this, we shall reform both our security doctrine and its architecture. We shall invest more in our security personnel, and it means more than an increase in number. We shall provide better training, equipment, pay, and power. On the economy, we target a GDP not less than 6% growth. We aim to accomplish all of this by taking the following steps: budgetary reform, stimulating the economy without engendering inflation, industrial policy to utilize the full range of domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. The electricity will become more accessible and affordable to businesses and homes alike. Power generation should nearly double, and transmission and distribution network must improve significantly. We will encourage various state governments to continue to participate in this effort. Power generation and distribution of their own. I have a message for our investors, local and foreign. Our government shall review all the complaints about multiple taxation. And review various anti-investment inhibitions. We shall ensure that investors and foreign businesses repatriate their hard-earned dividends and profits owed. My administration must create meaningful opportunities for our youth. We shall honor our campaign commitment of 1 million jobs in the digital economy. Our government also shall work with the National Assembly to fashion an omnibus job and prosperity bill. This will give our administration the policy space to embark on labor-intensive infrastructural development, improvement, and encourage light industry, provide improved social services for the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. On agriculture, rural income can be secured by commodity exchange board guaranteeing minimum prices for certain crops. Animal product, a nationwide program for the storage and facilities to reduce spoilage and waste. All of that will be undertaken. Agricultural hubs will be created throughout the nation to increase production and engage in credit, promote credit, engage in value-added processing. The livestock will introduce the best modern practices and steps taken to minimize the perennial conflict. Through this, food will be made more abundant, yet less costly. Farmers shall earn more while the average Nigerians pay less. On infrastructure, we shall continue the effort of the Buhari administration on infrastructure development there, and know how many railroad and water construction and on fuel subsidy. Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office. And what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone. Subsidy can no longer justify an ever increasing cost and the wake of dry resources. We shall instead the channel whatever to fund to better investment and public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that will materially improve life for people. Monetary policy. Though house cleaning, thorough house cleaning is necessary. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate. This will direct the fund from arbitrage to minimal investment and the plant and equipment. Jobs that are powered, that will power the real economy. Interest rate needs to come down. Currently too high. Anti-people, anti-business. We have to work on all of them. To me, I know I've taken you through a winding time, a long time today. I will end this speech by assuring that the mandate you have given me is not misplaced. The confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria. Just let us be united. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless Federal Republic of Ghana.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the inaugural address by the new President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Please, may we put our hands together once more for His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic.
Excellences, invités distingués, Mesdames et Messieurs, vous venez d'entendre l'allocution présidentielle de Son Excellence, le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria et commandant en chef des forces armées du Nigeria, Son Excellence, Président Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, JCRF. Merci, Excellence.
We've just listened to the new president, Bola Ahmed Tíñubu, give his inaugural speech. He praised the work of the founding fathers and also the collective sacrifices of the Nigerian people in protecting the country's democracy and ensuring a seamless transition. He praised his predecessor, Muhammadu Tíñubu, as a patriotic and honest president who did his best for the country that he loves. He called him a worthy partner and friend, and the new president prayed that history will be kind to his predecessor. He also praised the resilience of Nigeria and Nigerians, saying, though our burdens might bend us, it will never break us. Concerning his administration, President Tíñubu promised to govern over the people, but not rule, to dialogue, but not dictate, to heal the nation and not injure it. He also talked about the election, saying it was a hard-fought contest that was fairly won and reflected the will of the people. He says his opponents will always remain his compatriots, even as he supports their bid to seek legal redress as enshrined in the Constitution. Well, looking at our screen now, we can see that the former president of Nigeria, that the new president prays history will be kind to, has arrived in Katsina. I guess he'll be moving to his home state, Daura. He's made it very clear, that he's looking forward to it, and I guess the moment is now. He's on his way home.
All right, and there's a whole lot to get into with respect to what we just heard from the President Tíñubu about fuel subsidies. You're seeing the breaking news right there. It says fuel subsidies are gone. He also says monetary policy needs thorough cleaning and that Central Bank of Nigeria should work towards a single exchange rate. He's also targeting a minimum of 6% GDP growth. We might leave the studio at 7 p.m. tonight because we've got Ms. Professor Bongo Adi of the Lagos Business School, Professor of Economics at the Lagos Business School, to speak with us. Professor, you are very, very welcome. Good afternoon to you. First of all, before we jump into the economics, what do you make of what we've seen so far today? What's your take on, I guess, the historic moments of today?
Thank you very much for having me this afternoon. I think it's truly a historic moment. President Tíñubu, and I'm happy to use that. I think he struck the right notes. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it has turned out to be. But again, this is not the first time we're hearing very lofty and sweet talks. I guess if I remember vividly, President Buhari, former president, when he was inaugurated in 2015, remember his famous saying that he will be for, I forgot how he put it, that I belong to no one, I belong to everyone. Yeah. So that's sort of, or at least on that day, endeared him to many Nigerians. But then after that, I think that was just the only good thing linked to his administration. So I just pray that today's speech will not turn out, like that. But, I think President Tíñubu has done very well. And also as a liberal person, as a market-driven, administrator, he has also shown his mettle right away. So he has removed the fuel subsidy. He also spoke about unifying the exchange rates, which everybody, he hit all the right notes everybody wanted to hear. This morning, coming to your studio, I could see the lines coming back to the filling stations because I think they were expecting that this will happen. And now that it's has happened, I don't know what's going to be the price, the pump price, starting from this moment. So, but this is the right way to go. 2 days ago, I was on your channels. I was with Dr. Abati and Rufai, and then they also asked me about this fuel subsidy, and I made it clear that the fuel subsidy has to go because it seems to really favor the rich and the elite mostly, even though some people argue that the poor people also benefit from it. So I think President Tíñubu is speaking the minds of many Nigerians. He has hit the right notes. And in fact, I salute his courage, in the key steps he has already taken. So I think, they say well begun is half the battle.
Yes, indeed. And, he talked about so many other things beyond the fuel subsidy, although many of us were anticipating some message. One of the very first things he said is GDP growth of not less than 6%. And then he went on to mention budgetary reform. What do you think some of the things he needs to do to achieve and sustain that level of growth are?
That's, the devil is in the details, right? So it's very easy to say that you want to drive a 6% growth, or not less than 6% growth of the GDP, the gross domestic product. But given the country that we have and the system that the former president is leaving behind, I think we will not expect that to happen immediately, because a lot of reforms need to happen, a lot of house cleaning. And I'm happy that he even used that phrase. So he has to do some house cleaning, sanitization, even at the central bank, because that's where the growth will start to emerge, because a whole lot of things have happened in the central bank. And I also, listening to him, he spoke about refocusing the central bank so that it will remain committed to its core mandate, which is that of monetary policy, leaving aside all the other encumbrances that's taken upon itself in the past few years. So I'm happy to hear that. Now, going into the details of what needs to happen for us to have 6% growth. There is something that we haven't quite, done in Nigeria, and unfortunately, the president didn't also mention that, which has to do with evidence, data. Yeah. I keep talking about data. We don't have data. Now, to drive growth is a simple thing, okay? But what do we need to do? Growing our gross domestic product is one thing, but then, generating sufficient revenue, because that's what everybody is actually listening to here, not just, growing the product, the output in the nation, but how do we grow our revenue? And now, talking about data that hasn't happened, that we haven't quite curated, which has to do with export potentials. Now, if we look at our export profile, we need to identify those ones that have enormous export potential, because that is the key to unlocking this economy. The key to unlocking the economy is export. Are we able to build an export-driven economy? Yes, he has, shown his commitment to market-driven reforms, to a liberalized economy, giving assurances to both local and international investors, talking about the taxation, addressing all those concerns of our investors. But the most important thing towards growing the GDP is for us to identify those products, those outputs or production bases that have huge export potentials. And then government will not need to support those who are involved in those industries, in those sectors that have huge export potential, because that is the lowest hanging fruit, and that is the way to proceed. So if we can do that, but we do not even have the data on the sectors that have huge export potential. So it's not just about driving a 6% GDP growth. That can only happen if we are able to achieve the revenue that will help you to really unlock the potentials in the economy, because the economic policies, the economic ideology of today is an export-oriented one.
Now, Professor, the president saying that fuel subsidies are gone, without actually talking about palliative measures that will be put in place to cushion the impact on the masses. Isn't that calling for a showdown, with civil society organizations? Is that the best way for his administration to hit the ground running?
Yes, I don't think that he needed to start to window dress all these things or to, pay just lip service. This is don't forget that as he also rightly pointed out, that this is the most keenly contested election in the history of Nigeria. So Nigerians were actually looking forward, even his detractors, his critics were, waiting for him, to make the wrong move. But I think he's actually somehow, he has made everybody uncomfortable, because he actually hit the right notes. Okay, so he clearly made it. He made it clear that he remains committed to free market economy, and the best way to start. Fuel subsidy is not our only subsidy, but then again, I think I can also criticize him, because he says that he's going to restore agriculture, subsidies and minimum prices. We already have heavy subsidy in agriculture, which I think we need to go as well, because if you want to open it to the market, you have to remove this whole regime unscramble the regime of subsidy completely. But he maintains that. Now, coming back to the first subsidy, is the right way to go? I would tell you that yes, it has to. And then do we have to, keep postponing the doomsday? I would say no.